Tanya, let me know when we have everyone admitted in and we can start.
Yes, we have around 110 participants. Maybe we can just wait for 2 minutes and it will be fine.
Thank you. I think we are 8 minutes into the hour, so we can start now, if with your permission. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, esteemed guests. We are so excited to have you here today with us to basically participate in this exciting 13th Global Community of Practice on the theme Unlocking Africa's Potential, Driving Innovation and Harnessing Domestic Debt Markets for Sustainable Development. In fact, we have an exciting line of thought leaders, global thought leaders, continental leaders, movers, and shakers on the subject matter, whom we have galvanized this morning to come together and share perspectives on how we can enhance domestic debt markets on the continent. So without much further ado, we've lost considerable amount of time. We will delve into key housekeeping rules. We want everyone's microphone to be off, if you don't mind. We do have dedicated sessions for question and answers. We will listen to our keynote speakers, our panelists through these exciting exchanges that will be ensuing shortly. And then we will have interactions with you as the audience. So bear with us, enjoy the sessions, put down your questions in the chat box or scribble them down somewhere on a paper. When you have the opportunity to come in, you will be called in to basically engage with the panelists. So, and then we also have interpretation functions on the Zoom. Please look to the bottom right column of your screen. You will see interpretation, and then you can choose the language of your choice. Without much further ado, I will call on to the director of the African Development Institute of the African Development Bank Group to come in with his welcoming remarks to this 13th Global Community of Practice, G-CoP Policy Dialogue Series. And maybe before he comes in, I would like to just introduce my own self. My name is Namau Al-Hassan Alolo, and I'm the manager for the Knowledge Management and Information Services Division of the African Development Institute of the African Development Bank. Thank you. So over to you, Dr. Eric Ogunleye, with your opening remarks. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm struggling with my camera to switch on my camera and also my on mute. So can you hear me now, everyone?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Great. So it's a very wonderful day. It's a long-awaited day, and it's interesting to know that the day has arrived. So I'm really, really excited, and I believe many, if not all of us, are equally excited to be here today. So let me really start by thanking all our partners who have worked with us very diligently to get us to where we are today, which is holding this event. Let me just name a few of them. Of course, I'll not be able to name all of you, but that doesn't mean we don't appreciate you. We appreciate all of you for sure. The Association of African Central Banks, the United Nations Development Department of Economic and Social Affairs, we thank you. Union Economic and Monetary, that's UMOA. We appreciate you, WIFM, West African Institute for Financial and Economic Management, the Macroeconomic and Financial Management Institute of Eastern and Southern Africa, the IMF, the World Bank, the African Legal Support Facility, the debt management offices across African countries. I really acknowledge all of you and thank you for your role in getting us here. We also have worked with very, very hardworking internal department within the bank who have supported this work. The Governance and Economic Reform Department, the Financial Sector Development Department, the Macroeconomic Policy Forecasting and Research Department, and of course, the Bank Statistics Department. And for our panelists, the staff of the African Development Bank, the staff of partner institutions, the distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say a very good afternoon from Abidjan to all of you. It is indeed my great pleasure to welcome all of us to this 13th Global Community of Practice Policy Dialogue, which focuses on unlocking Africa's potential, driving innovation, and harnessing domestic debt markets for sustainable development. It's a very interesting focus, as we do know. We know what the global development looks like, and we know how much we should be thinking of looking inward to harness the capital that we have on the continent. As we know, Africa is at a very defining moment in its development history. And with the fast-growing population, with increasing digital transformation, and the vast natural capital that the continent has, the continent holds immense potential, very immense potential indeed. But unlocking this potential requires innovative solutions and sustainable financing mechanisms that can drive long-term growth. As many of us have heard, the president of the African Development Bank, Dr. Additional, repeatedly in different forums keeps saying we don't eat potentials. However much potentials you have, if you cannot turn them into realities, they will become non-useful. So all these potentials, efforts need to be made to ensure that we turn them around and they become what really benefit our people in Africa. And as we know, one of the key enablers of the transformation that we want to see is from the development of our domestic debt markets. So by deepening our domestic markets, Africa can reduce its reliance on external financing. We will be able to mobilize local capital and also be able to create a more stable economic environment. And at the same time, innovation is also very important. And this innovation will be in fintech, in renewable energy, in industrialization. Innovation in all forms is essential in accelerating progress and ensuring there's inclusive growth and sustainable development in Africa. As we know more than ever before, policymakers, investors, and industry leaders, they need to collaborate to craft strategies that will strengthen financial markets, that will promote responsible borrowing, and drive investment in key sectors. And that is exactly the focus of this policy dialogue we're having this afternoon. So let's therefore seize these opportunities that we have to explore practical solutions that will shape a more resilient, a more self-sustaining, and a more prosperous Africa. So I welcome all of us participants to this policy dialogue. At the end of the dialogue, I believe that we would have strengthened our knowledge and our skills in designing public policies that will enhance domestic debt market development to support the sustainable efforts that all countries are making. So I welcome all of us once again to this global community of practice, and I wish all of us a very fruitful discussion and engagement. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish all of us the very best in this policy dialogue. Thank you. Namawu, are you there? We can't hear you. Are you mute?
Oh, I think she dropped for a few minutes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So is she able to reconnect?
She's not connected now. Maybe she's now connecting, but just not to also. Maybe if
Okay,
you can.
Yeah, can you just carry on?
Okay, so thank you so much, sir, for that welcoming remarks. We are so grateful that we have you around. Okay, she has connected now. So, Namawa, I hand over to you. Continue.
Yes, I lost connection. The power just went off and I lost connection. Thank you very much for this introductory remarks, Eric. Very insightful and sets the stone and it sets the stage for us to have the in-depth, basically, discussions that will come at a later stage. So at this moment in time, we will delve into the next segment of our session. G-CoP session, basically, which will be the keynote speeches from our esteemed guest. In fact, it would not in any particular of priority or preference, but just the order that it was put in place. So we have an exciting line to be given of keynote speeches to be given by our Vice President, Professor Kevin Orama, and in his place, our very own Dr. Abdullah Koulibaly, the Director for Economic Governance at the African Development Bank. And we also have Mr. Tudo Jonathan, Deputy Division Chief, International Monetary Fund, IMF, and Mr. Jim Masimela, who has been replaced. Unfortunately, is not able to come today because of an emergency, and he's been replaced by Johan Krunal. So I will hand over to Mr. Koulibaly to give his keynote speech on behalf of the professor of the Vice President of the African Development Bank. Please, Mr. Koulibaly, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nawamu, and good morning, colleagues. Yes, my name is Koulibaly Abdoulaye. I'm currently the Director of Governance and Economic Reform Department of Africa Development Bank. I have a great pleasure to represent here Professor Kevin Urama, who is Chief Economist, Vice President for African Development Bank. He really apologized for not being able to join us this morning, but say thank you very much for all of you to be able to join the bank. Merci beaucoup, chers collègues. Bonjour, donc c'est avec un grand plaisir, donc comme je le disais, je représente le vice-président en charge donc de la gouvernance des réformes économiques et du knowledge de la Banque africaine de développement. Chers représentants d'un partenaire institutionnel, nos facilitateurs de session, nos participants, les différentes parties preneurs, chers distingués experts et collègues donc du groupe La Banque africaine de développement, j'ai le grand plaisir de vous souhaiter donc au nom de la haute direction de la Banque africaine de développement la bienvenue à ce 13e dialogue sur les politiques de la communauté mondiale donc de pratiques que nous appelons G-CoP, avec un thème important comme Eric l'a dit, qui est effectivement le suivant: libérer le potentiel de l'Afrique, stimuler l'innovation et exploiter les marchés de la dette intérieure pour le développement durable donc, du continent. Je voudrais en particulier donc remercier nos partenaires, l'Association des banques centrales africaines, nos collègues donc du Fonds monétaire international, de la Banque mondiale, de l'UNDSA, de l'UMOA, l'Institut ouest africain de gestion financière et économique, l'Institut donc l'ALSF donc qui est la facilité de soutien juridique, mais aussi donc nos collègues de la banque ici, et sans oublier donc les représentants des différents pays donc en matière de gestion de dette publique. Merci beaucoup de prendre votre temps précieux pour ce jeune annonce ce matin pour cet important donc exercice. Au sein de la banque, donc, on a le département du secteur financier. Je pense que Eric l'a souligné. Notre département donc de la recherche, le département de la statistique, mes collègues donc du département de la gouvernance et peut-être d'autres départements que j'ai pas cités, mais je souhaite ici remercier tout un chacun donc pour être disponible ce matin pour cet important événement. Je remercie également les autres parties prenantes, les experts, les participants. Je pense qu'on est assez nombreux, on est plus de 200 personnes. Et vraiment, merci beaucoup de ce jeune à nous ce matin et pour discuter donc de dette intérieure, donc des questions de politique et de pratique permettant effectivement de débloquer des financements innovants sur les marchés intérieurs de la dette et afin d'améliorer la résilience de nos pays face aux chocs externes et assurer un développement durable pour l'Afrique. En effet, cette conversation n'aurait pu être plus opportune. L'Afrique est à la croisée des chemins, confrontée à la fois à une dette croissante et à des tensions sur le marché extérieur. Alors que l'innovation transforme des secteurs tels que la finance, l'agriculture et l'énergie, le continent reste confronté au déficit d'infrastructures, aux risques climatiques et à la nécessité d'une croissance économique durable. Parallèlement, le développement des financements innovants sur le marché de la dette intérieure implique la création de stratégies, de produits et de cadres pour mobiliser donc des capitaux nationaux, renforcer la stabilité financière et favoriser la croissance économique. En tirant parti des différents instruments financiers, les gouvernements et les entités privées peuvent optimiser l'utilisation des ressources nationales et réduire la dépendance à l'égard de la dette extérieure et améliorer de façon significative la confiance des investisseurs. Je pense que ça a été dit par mon collègue Eric. Ça me semble être un élément important. C'est le secteur privé, donc il est important pour nous, décideurs, donc je pense experts, de travailler en fait pour créer des conditions favorables pour attirer donc créer un environnement donc je pense d'investissement favorable donc au marché financier. L'urgence de ce dialogue est, à mon sens évident. Sans mécanisme de financement durable, le programme de développement de l'Afrique, y compris l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine et les objectifs de développement durable, pourront connaître donc de sérieux revers. Donc, un marché de dette intérieure qui fonctionne bien et qui fournira donc au gouvernement et aux entreprises des capitaux donc à des coûts abordables, mais aussi favorisera donc également l'inclusion financière, parce que c'est aussi un élément important, parce qu'il faut qu'il y ait une participation donc de l'ensemble des parties prenantes. Donc, la question de l'inclusion financière pour nous, institutions de développement, est une question importante. Et naturellement, la stabilité macroéconomique et la résistance des chocs sont des éléments aussi à prendre en considération. Donc, il est important de préciser que c'est maintenant qu'il faut agir. Il est important d'élaborer des politiques qui favorisent l'innovation, la confiance des marchés et l'emprunt responsable, en veillant à ce que la dette soit un instrument de croissance économique et plutôt un fardeau. Cela nécessite une collaboration entre le gouvernement, les régulateurs, les dirigeants du secteur privé et les partenaires au développement. Pour finir, donc, je vous encourage tous à participer activement aux discussions d'aujourd'hui, car les idées que nous partageons ici façonnent les politiques qui libéreront donc le potentiel sur le marché africain et sur le continent. Saisissons donc cette occasion pour créer une Afrique plus autonome, plus innovante et plus prospère. Donc, c'est avec plaisir donc, que je déclare au nom du vice-président ouvert donc, le dialogue sur les politiques et vous souhaite donc à tous et à toutes des discussions très fructueuses. Merci beaucoup pour votre attention et encore une fois, merci beaucoup pour votre présence. Over to you, Nawal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Koulibaly. Excellent introduction and excellent keynote speech. We will call on to Mr. Tudor Jonathan, Deputy Chief of the IMF session at the IMF in Washington. Please, and let me also thank you again. We acknowledge that it's quite early in Washington, D.C. right now. So let us acknowledge your presence and the other colleagues who are connected from D.C. and in other time zones that really early in the morning or very late at night. So thank you very much for making time. Shows once again, the commitment that we have, our shared commitment to ensuring that we support Africa on this journey in enhancing domestic debt. So please, Mr. Tudor, over to you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, colleagues, for attending this global community of practice. And it's a great opportunity for me personally and the IMF to be a part of this discussion. I'll be very brief in the keynote, but basically just to set the stage on the domestic debt is that we have seen a huge increase in domestic debt among low-income countries. So really going back a decade, we have added another 13% of GDP. So the challenge with domestic debt is that we do have the stock to work with. I think the points that are going to be made here today relate to how to create a market and really how to make this financing source actually perform, be competitive, and an alternative for countries. Sometimes it's the core, it's going to become the core, but it's been an alternative for countries that have had financial difficulties. They've been locked out of international markets. They faced unprecedented borrowing requirements. So this has sort of led to the domestic debt to rise faster. And this has, in some cases, created some constraints because the volume of issuance is going to be contingent on the investor base. So you cannot go any faster than the investor base is going to require. And then that means in many cases, commercial banks and the sovereign bank nexus has become more of an issue, and that has implications for private sector growth because you are blocking a significant part of the bank assets. So keeping on point, the market development or the local currency bond market development, as we have referred to it, is that it's really a way to improve resilience, and I'm glad that point was made in the keynote, and also a platform for mobilizing domestic resources. So this is again a crucial aspect. Now, this, as always, capital comes at a cost, and the issues that we face when offering domestic debt in domestic markets is that the investors are going to look at fundamentals. They're going to look at the credit risk. They're going to look at fiscal developments. They're going to consider the level of inflation. So any market must try to strive to achieve a milestone where the cost of borrowing actually reflects economic fundamentals. And that is going to be achieved when you have sufficient buyers and you have sufficient sellers. So as I mentioned, we have had sufficient sellers given the growth in the stock. So just to reflect on some of the challenges, some which will not be solved by innovation or enthusiasm. So there's an issue with the investor base. The investor base is quite concentrated, mainly bank-based, and this is the story a bit across the entire continent, with some notable exceptions. And then a function of the concentrated investor base is that there's going to be mainly demand for shorter dated instruments, so treasury bills and short treasury bonds. And then the third characteristic is that the secondary markets are quite illiquid and shallow, meaning that all the activity is happening in the primary markets. And that has some implications for the development path and where I think the emphasis should be. Now, we mentioned earlier, like the need to strengthen capacity. There are the standing issues with transparency, being predictable, efficient. So we need to be thinking about the needs of the investors. We need to be thinking about the functionality of the platforms. And so there's like a long list, and I believe we will discuss these very systematically here today. So just finally to conclude on the IMF side and the World Bank, I have to say in this area, we collaborate very effectively with the World Bank through the debt management facility. And we have created a joint framework, the local currency bond market framework, which is a combination of an assessment, a comprehensive assessment of what is the status of the market and also what are the reforms that are needed. So we had a lot of traction for this new framework. We have created a wealth of resources that I would request the African Development Bank to help us share with participants, webinars, massive open online courses in various languages. So there's a lot of material, but the material is there to empower you, the policymakers, the practitioners. So that's really where I think the rubber meets the road. It's the implementation, it's the initiative, it's the support of the high-level policymakers for this very, very important topic. So I wish you the best for the discussions that are ensuing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've heard a lot. You've set the stage to what is to come in your next panel discussion in terms of the challenges that cannot be solved by innovation. But we're also excited and want to hear more about the exponential growth in domestic markets and its potential, basically, in terms of leveraging it for better development and enhanced development on the continent. So I will call on to Mr. Johan Crenel, who will replace Mr. Jim Matsmela to give his keynote speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As a former public debt manager at the National Treasury of South Africa, I'm used to and we use as colleagues to step in for one another, and Jim as a previous colleague of mine. So it's while he has some challenges, I'm gladly to step in on his behalf and deliver this keynote speech. So good morning and afternoon for everybody here in South Africa. It's already afternoon. And also, I recognize all distinguished colleagues on this platform, as well as moderators, resource person, and also presented here today. So my sincere greetings go to all. So as I know Jim very well, I know that he was a passionate teacher, school teacher in his former life. So he always tell this story of when he was walking into the principal's office one day. He saw this this words or this notes that stuck with him until today. And that is about small minds discuss people, average minds discuss events, and great minds discuss ideas. So I'm honored to give the brief keynote speech address to assembly of great minds that have gathered to share ideas about unlocking Africa potential in driving innovation, harnessing domestic markets for sustainable development. As I was engaging with the challenges and opportunities outlined in the well-written concept note, especially as part of the key trends in Africa domestic markets, the national question to ask for a country seriously considering to embark on developing on relentlessly reforms on local market is whether there is or there will be continued to be demand market as envisaged by continuous issuances, the supply side, and the possibility of what fair prices, reasonable cost of borrowing will be. So it's all about, as our previous speakers will also emphasize, the demand, the supply, and the fair price at the end of the day. While any policy to reduce or manage inflation as led by central banks and improve upon the faith and credit of our African countries as led by the Ministry of Finance will undoubtedly impact positively on the initial or ongoing cost of sovereign borrowing. So it's all about getting your house in order that will help you to borrow at a fair price. I consider being, without being prescriptive, the availability and or growth of African pension fund as a starting point for the sustainable market, the demand in support of our debt issuance as pension fund and other long-term assets are a stable source of bond holdings. So not only banks, but also we need to seek how we can create long-term funding for government. Emphasizing the development of local debt markets beyond treasury bill maturities establishes a price benchmark for other domestic issuers, as stated in many sources, including World Bank and the IMF. While retail bonds has traditionally been priced off government, of the conventional government yield curve, some countries have advanced innovation to the point where retail bonds are, for various reasons, including cost control, serve as a price guide for conventional sovereign debt issuances. Program Director, I wish all panelists and participants well in ensuing deliberations as we share great ideas that can potentially work into an actionable solution to develop our African debt markets. There's no late starter when it comes to local debt markets reforms, as long as the constraints standing in the way of capital market reforms are addressed relentlessly and comprehensively. And with that high-level statements, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johan. Thank you so much. This is we've gotten a lot from your keynote speech, and we look forward to hearing from your own perspective as in this next panel, which you will be in the next two panels, which you'll be sitting on. So thank you once again. Great minds discuss ideas, and indeed, it is the reason why we have galvanized today. We are trying to harness knowledge from the thought leaders, but also from the audience on this great topic that we are gathered today. So the next segment of our session will be a setting the stage presentation from our director, Mr. Ahmed Rashad Atut, the Director of Financial Sector Development Department of the African Development Bank, who will basically give us insight into empowering Africa's domestic debt market landscape. And Mr. Ahmed Atut, I think your preference is to share your screen, right? Is that right?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Arulu. Yes, exactly. And I did already. I hope you are seeing it.
Yes, we are. If you could just, yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Very good. So thank you, Arulu, and thank you for the organizers for this very timely panel. Good morning to all. I think this presentation, I will make it intentionally. We made it intentionally, really, to present and to show solutions that we are working on to make things happen. I think we are trying at the African Development Bank, similar to other sister DFIs, we are trying to put words into action. And I think this is really what I'm trying to deliver during this short presentation. I want to start by repeating what Eric said, quoting President Adesina, that we are not eating potential. And if we are not delivering on our actions, we have a big issue. So I also want to repeat further remarks on functionality and how to make capital markets functional. I think this is an area that you will see also in my presentation. Abdullahi spoke about crowding in institutional investors. This is an area where we are putting a lot of attention when it comes to crowding institutional investors, mainly pension funds and the insurance company. Last but not least, of course, is Johan talking about the cost of borrowing and how to work on market dynamics. So this really will help me, or this really helped me in fast tracking the presentation of maybe speeding up the first two slides, which is during which I will be speaking about how our, sorry, I have just a small technical challenge that I am fixing quickly. I hope you are seeing the screen.
Yes.
So you can move.
Okay, very good. So I think the first thing is about talking about the economic transformation and how capital markets are really crucial in that area. And here we are looking at three main elements. One is how to drive sustainable economic growth, relying on domestic resource mobilization. I think this is an area that all governments, all sovereigns, all financial institutions, banks, non-banks, even DFIs are really putting a lot of emphasis. We are joining the right and we are working on that direction. But if we are not successful in doing so, we will have continentally a big issue in reducing reliance on external debt. We'll have issues in managing our debt, and we'll keep being exposed to foreign currency exchange rates. So this will also, at the African Development Bank, is key area on our strategies when it comes to mobilizing capital, really to support the Africa's high-five priorities. And during based on our studies, we are noticing that we have up to 100 billion infrastructure gap every year, and that will not be funded through conventional type of finance. So our resources are limited. If we have to drive sustainable economic growth through capital markets in Africa, how to develop them. Enhancing financial resilience, this is an area that will help us in supporting or standing to external shocks. We are all seeing what's happening globally. We are going into untouched areas where we didn't see something like that before, which will help us I think it's an opportunity that will help us really to test our safeguards, make sure that we continue relying on an internal source of finance, helping us to work through infrastructure development or financial infrastructure development can help us to rely on internal source of finance rather than external ones, while at the same time looking at the ESG instruments and see how we can rely more on green social blue bonds type of debt instruments. This is an area that in Africa, we're seeing this as rising, and we're seeing this as an area where everyone is really paying good attention to, which is something very commended. Catalyzing private sector development, I think it was mentioned by my colleagues. That's very important. If we are not relying on the private sector to play a key role and taking over what the governments used to do by supporting SMEs, supporting private sector to go into infrastructure financing through innovative PPPs, arrangements, and so on, this is an area that we really have to work on. And I think through our governance team, we are trying as much as possible to play an enabling environment. Through our financial sector team, we are really trying to give the necessary firepower to commercial banks to help private sector to play its role. And of course, through a different type of infrastructure departments, we are really helping to create conducive markets where private sector can strive. So that's really a holistic view on how we are matching or how we're linking capital markets with our 10-year strategy, with Africa priorities, and with what we are doing as African Development Bank. And of course, you can easily repeat it to other, situations. Just a second. All right, now I will briefly touch on the challenges. We are all on top of it. African capital markets remain fragmented and illiquid. Some markets are really up and running, and here I'm talking about South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, Kenya, Morocco, but this is not enough. The infrastructure gap are not only on those countries, they are everywhere across our regional member countries. So this takes us to the FX risk that I spoke about before. Because we don't have a deep and liquid financial markets domestically, we are relying on external debt, which is raising or is exposing Africa to severe FX risk. And we have seen what happened in Nigeria, Egypt, and other regional member countries when it comes to the volatility of the local currency. We are seeing also the interest rates and putting constraints on the fiscal space. That's put more importance on how we, as decision makers, and of course, as debt management offices, how they can or how they should put more emphasis on mobilizing domestic resources. Of course, the macroeconomic constraints, I think this is outdated, high inflation rate, volatility, weak regulation, but now we are seeing uncertainties, foggy way forwards, a lot of challenges, geopolitical challenges, and so on and so forth. So the infrastructure gap, as I mentioned, up to 100 billion every year of infrastructure gap that is piling up. If we are not helping our sovereigns in putting in place the right infrastructure, we will definitely have problems in crowding in private sector, resulting to different type of challenges that we will discuss later. Last but not least, again and again and again, is to mobilizing institutional funding to the real sector in Africa. That's the end of it when it comes to the challenges. Now, what are opportunities? And I think here I will be very focusing on how we at the African Development Bank are walking the talk and are making things happen. And I think this is really when it comes to our financial sector and as governance team, as the finance team, as a treasury, and so on. So it is not really a one type of intervention that is sorting the solution. It's a holistic approach that we're following, but we're emphasizing really on the capital markets and how capital markets will give the necessary funding for this kind of activities. So we are working upstream, midstream, and downstream when it comes to financial markets developments with the aim of deepening and widening financial markets and creating new type of asset classes, crowding in the resources needed to promote access to medium-long term financing in local and foreign currency. What we have been doing, we have been working on leveraging technology and digital platforms to support market liquidity, to empower investor participation, and to increase transparency. There is no investor who can invest, and even at individual level, cannot invest in a market without knowing the price. Now, in 1 week, in 1 month, building the right yield curve and looking at price discovery mechanisms that can help the investor in taking an informed decision. We are doing this. We are trying to work on this type of digital platforms, and we have been doing this in different markets. One of them, for instance, is in Cabo Verde, and we are doing a lot in different other markets. Standardizing the repo, CSDs, and the market infrastructure. This is really important because if you don't have infrastructure, it's not functional. And this is what the Sudhir said. If you don't have a functional capital markets with adequate infrastructure in terms of price discovery, in terms of settlement, in terms of automated trade clearing across borders, cross-border trading, this will not give you the right potential. And again, without the necessary type of technical assistance, advisory work, and upstream work, there will be some challenges. We have established the African Development Bank in participation, in collaboration with the government of Netherlands, the government of Luxembourg, and the government of Sweden. We have what we call the Capital Markets Development Trust Fund that is really giving us the right ammunition to support our investment transactions with technical assistance that is really important to deliver on our objective. Another approach that we are taking is also to strengthen investor confidence through policy reforms. And here we leverage, the bank leveraged the work done by the governance team in different markets in Tunisia, Morocco, and from the financial space, we have also been able to adopt global bond market standards and market governance upgrades and regulatory interventions in one of our recent interventions in Rwanda, where we strengthened Rwanda's capital markets through infrastructure development, capacity building, and enhancement to legal and regulatory framework. I think Rwanda is a very good example where you are seeing the government commitment, the international financial institution support, the DFIs, the African DFIs' willingness to work on infrastructure development when it comes to improve efficiency and accessibility away from the usual type of the conventional type of lending. So it's small money, it's measured impact that will increase market liquidity, will reduce the cost of borrowing, and will diversify the funding sources in a market like Rwanda, where they are really looking for more ESG, green, and social type of thematic type of funding. This will take us to what we are doing also to crowd in more institutional investors. Again, away from the upstream, now we are talking about the midstream. We are trying to catalyze the up to 350 billion worth of sovereign funding that is being allocated, that is not being leveraged as much as possible due to different reasons. And if we are all in the same position of the sovereign wealth funds, maybe we will not be able to do this kind of investments simply because it's not the decision maker. It is actually sometimes the regulatory barriers, the prices that are not clear, the volatility in terms of foreign currency or macroeconomic conditions, or maybe the fiscal policies. And that's why we have looked at different type of interventions. One is we're trying to harmonize or coordinate with the sovereign wealth funds on specific transactions, specific bonds, specific financing infrastructure projects. But at the same time, we are creating different type of midstream type of vehicles. And here, for instance, we supported the creation of what we call the infrastructure guarantee scheme in Nigeria. It's called the InfraCredit. And we replicated the model in Damana, which is another infrastructure guarantee scheme in Kenya. And simply put, we are crowding institutional investors by giving them different type of sweeteners where they are going into infrastructure, long-term, thematic, green, and social, but at the same time meeting their investment appetite, return expectations, and being able to get the returns they want on time. So this is also an area where we are partnering with them. They are coming into either into form of partners when it comes to equity in the establishment phase, or in terms of beneficiaries when it comes to the guarantee itself. This is another area how we are bringing pension funds. Of course, there are different type of different interventions, but I'm just trying to align it with what we are at the time and also what we are trying to achieve here. Again, new asset classes, green bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, social bonds. We are not safe. There is no one single stone that we didn't turn in many markets. So in the term of the green bonds on the sovereign and non-sovereign type of operations, we have been working with sovereigns and commercial banks when it comes to renewable energy, climate resilience, and infrastructure projects, mainly ESG and SDG related. We have been working on sustainability-linked bonds and loans for sovereigns and commercial banks. And here I will just share two examples where we, in 2024, very recent, we supported Standard Bank, a like-minded financial institution, where we invested up to USD 195. That's really serious money when it comes to the region. And we helped them to do more when it comes to SMEs lending under what we call the Standard Bank Group Sustainable Finance Framework. We did the same successful story with Absa Bank in South Africa, and we are doing the same in other regional member countries markets. in Mauritius.
If you could wind down so that we can have the Q&A, maybe during the Q&A session, you would have the opportunity to bring this out, and then we'll share the PowerPoint also with the participants. Thank you.
Exactly. Two more slides is opportunities when it comes to the sovereigns. I think the sovereigns were facing different type of challenges going to the international markets, and that is why we have supported them using our partial credit guarantees as a sort of de-risking instrument. We have helped Egypt to go to the panda bond market as the first African country to issue, Senegal, Ivory Coast, and Rwanda. So that's also another area where we are mobilizing resources externally, but again, helping us to set up different type of precedents. The last two slides, what we are going to do going forward, we are going to replicate our success, we're going to repeat it, and we're going to enhance data transparency. We are going to contribute to a well-regulated, competitive, broad and deep capital markets for an efficiency and for stabilization of the domestic markets. We are going to support new product development, influencing markets in capital markets, and definitely strengthening institutions. And here I'm talking about the central banks, the debt management offices, the non-bank financial institutions, and the financial institutions itself. So, moderator, allow me to stop here. I just tried to be brief as much as possible. You can give me more time. I will give you more answers, but I will stop here for now.
Thank you for this excellent presentation. Thank you, which basically touches upon all the keynotes, different aspects of the keynote speeches, and gives us a context, contextualizes basically the conversation that is going to evolve shortly. So thank you very much. On this note, we are going into one of the most exciting aspects of this dialogue session, which is going to be the open Q&A around the issues that the keynote speakers have outlined, and also the presentation that Mr. Ahmed Atut has just done. But before then, I would call on all the resource persons to put on your cameras for 1 minute photo shoot before we go into the Q&A. While we're doing so, I would encourage the audience to also pencil down, start framing your questions, because we have a 7 to 10 minutes Q&A session. So I will call on to you to come in with your questions for any of the keynote speakers or the presenter. So please, resource persons, all of you, please put your cameras on. Tanya, kindly let us know when you are ready with the photo. Then everyone will smile. Give us your biggest smile of the day, and then we will launch into the Q&A.
Okay, so let me start taking the picture now. One more, please. Okay, I think we are good. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the panelists, all the keynote speakers, and the presenter, Mr. Atut. So now we'll go to the audience and find out if there are some questions. Please raise your hands. Our IT department will enable your microphone to be able to.
Alolo,
you are unmuted.
Microphone. Alolo.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I was speaking. So, okay, thank you very much. Please raise your hands if you have any question for the panelists. We have a 7-minute window for Q&A so that we can ask our keynote speakers or the presenter. I see Pinyin Folua. Please proceed. Please make your intervention very succinct because we are running against time. Capture it in a very succinct manner under 30 seconds if you can, and then we enable the keynote speakers and the presenter to basically be able to respond. Thank you. Please proceed. Aderomu, please proceed with your question.
Aderomu, are you there? Or is just an old hand? Do you have a question? You open your mic and you just mute yourself.
Sorry, are you talking about me?
Yes, do you have any question? You raise your hand.
Oh, right. Sorry, because you called Fee. My name is Shay. So I totally thought you had the wrong person. Hi everyone. Good afternoon. Can I just confirm that you can hear me? Because my
Yes.
mic.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Firstly, I love the presentation. I'm calling in from Nigeria. I'll introduce myself briefly. My name is Shay Alawade. I work in the SME space and I essentially help startups within the tech and entertainment space in Nigeria scale. So within the tech and creative economy, scaling, when it comes to scaling, funding is a huge, huge part. It's really, really easy to get our tech startups funded. However, I feel like the creative economy is kind of still lacking, and access to funding for the SMEs in Nigeria within the creative economy is really, really hard. There was an iDice fund that was dropped, I think it was last year or the year before, of $613 million, I think, in order to finance these startups. But then I think what we're currently struggling with is actually accessing the funds. So I wanted to ask, what sort of bodies are you working with to ensure that, these funds are sort of, adequately distributed to the startups that deserve them? And yeah, just wanted to just confirm that. Thank you so much.
Okay, and this was directed to the presenter, Mr. Atut, right? Okay, so do we have any more hands from the audience?
No. We have
Okay,
one
maybe
now.
we take,
Abu
okay.
Saka.
Okay, please proceed, Mr. Bakar Sise. Abu Bakar Sise.
Yeah,
Proceed.
thank you very much. Hello, thank you very much for this opportunity. Of course, I want to know further about social bonds. And in the first instance, if a social bond is being cashed, how is the repayment mechanism going to be organized by the bank? And if it's coming in as a grant, and I would like to know also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any more questions? If not, we have Steve Arowolo. Please, you can take the floor and then we'll give the chance to our resource persons to basically respond. Thank you. Please proceed, Steve.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. I'm Steve Arowolo. I'm calling from Cape Town, South Africa. Sorry, I'd like to know regarding green bond. How far have we done in Africa? What's the role of capital markets when it comes to how green bond is being regulated? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think these questions will exhaust our 7 minutes allocation. So, Mr. Toots, I guess all these questions are directly related to you, unless, of course, any of our panel resource persons would like to come in. They're welcome to do so. So, please proceed.
Thank you, Arulu, and please stop me if I go beyond the allotted time. So I will go very briefly from the end. So the green bonds, how we are doing and how are we managing, we are really working with stock exchanges and local authorities from central banks, from ministries of finance in setting up what we call the frameworks, green frameworks. That's really a way to pave the way for future issuance to be regulated under a very robust framework that we are supporting. It is part of any reporting requirements when it comes to the acquisition or the subscription into green bonds, and that is why you will find investors very careful when it comes to subscription into green bond to avoid any sort of greenwashing, which is really a bad thing to happen. So we are working at the frameworks, we're working at the lending. When we are subscribing into the green bonds, like what will happen, for instance, 3-4 years ago with NetBank, we are actually subscribing and we are creating a precedent in the market and introducing new asset class. The same for the social bonds. We have what we call the sustainability linked frameworks that is guiding and shaping the way we are injecting what our clients and the financial intermediaries, in this case, channeling resources into the intended purposes. They are not grants. Grants are only used, for instance, if we are looking at the women empowerment or youth empowerment dimension, where we are mobilizing grant money to help our clients or participating financial institutions in doing more. And the emphasis really here is on commercial terms. So it's a commercial transaction, but with great development impact. It's a great development impact. This is what shapes our investment decisions. Last but not least is on IDICE. Unfortunately, I was not there, but I will speak about SMEs generally. In Nigeria, we are working across all the value chain. We're not, there is no one financial institution we didn't talk to, tier 1 or tier 2, to make sure that we're reaching the SMEs. Also on the DFIs, the DBN, Development Bank of Nigeria, the Bank of Industry Nigeria. We are also setting up the youth entrepreneurship investment banks that will support youth-owned SMEs in doing business through technical assistance, private equity investments, and grants or guarantee arrangements. The reporting requirements and the reporting requirement and the reporting requirement is really what's shaping what we are doing. Again, to answer the question, so any resources we are putting for SMEs, we must get development outcomes related to SMEs funded or jobs created within the SMEs space. I would think I will stop here, Alulu, and happy to take any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I don't see Mr. Tudo. Do you want to come in, or otherwise, or any of the resource persons? Otherwise, we'll end here, close the session, and go on to the next session, the next exciting bits, which is going to be moderated by our lead governance specialist, Ms. Karina Sagdin. So at this point, let me thank everyone, all the resource persons and all the audience for your patience in listening. We have a lot more exciting segments coming up. Thank you very much. Over to you, Karina.
Thank you so much, Alolo. So let me join everyone else in thanking everyone for joining and welcoming all those many participants. It's fantastic to see so many people connected. It's a real pleasure for me to moderate and present the first panel of today's G-CoP session. So during the opening, we heard about the critical importance of developing domestic debt markets. There's no doubt that when harnessed strategically and when they're properly regulated, domestic issue debt can provide an important and reliable source of low-cost development finance. I think in our presentation by Mr. Ahmed Atout, he highlighted the importance of policy reforms and the importance in helping to build investor confidence, and also in the importance of their role in also ensuring that as we work to deepen domestic debt, we are not deepening debt vulnerabilities, and that we are creating a good buffer against external shocks. So the objective of this panel is really to unpack some of those key challenges towards achieving this, and discuss the reforms that government should prioritize, with specifics on, what are the required legal, policy, and regulatory frameworks that should be in place to ensure that the development of domestic debt markets indeed contributes positively towards increasing development finance. So to help us unpack the main obstacles facing African countries and to propose key policy recommendations, I am very pleased to present our esteemed panel. So we have with us today Mr. Andre Proit, who is a senior debt specialist at the World Bank, and he's been working with debt management over the past 20 years. He was also a senior advisor to the Brazil's G20 presidency, focusing on debt issues and multilateral development bank reforms. We also have with us Ms. Nicole Kurz. She is a head of the sovereign finance sector at the African Development Bank Group's African Legal Support Facility. She is an expert in law and finance and will bring rich experience to this panel. It's also a real pleasure to present Mr. Patoki. He is the president of the Financial Markets Authority of the West African Monetary Union. He's been in that function since 2021. And this is the body that's responsible for regulating and supervising financial markets in the West Africa Monetary Union. And then finally, but not least, we're bringing back Mr. Tordor Jonassen. the Deputy Division Chief of the Debt Capital Markets Division at the IMF. He was in our opening, so we're bringing him back to give us a little bit more detail on some of those things that they were talking about. So I'd like to start with Mr. Andre Proit. So we already heard, that there is uneven development when it comes to domestic debt markets. It struck me in the presentation how when we list and look at where the bond markets have been developing, they are mainly within the middle income countries of the African continent. So could you please tell us, what is it that is particularly affecting lower income countries, and why is it that they're particularly trailing behind? What are the typical challenges that face lower income countries to develop domestic debt markets? And what reforms should governments be prioritizing in order to start addressing these challenges?
Thank you so much, Karina. I'm super happy for being here. I think just before I go right at your question, let me just quickly, say that we're going through a momentous time. I think that the war is changing very fast right now, and we're in the middle, of a tariff war, probably sending shockwaves through the financial markets, and this is obviously challenging. One thing that is, multilateralism in a way. We already knew that concessional financing would be more challenging as we go forward. And that together with ever-growing financing needs and heightened costs, probably even higher now with, a lot of uncertainty in financial markets in both developed world and developing economies. This makes a perfect stage for even more so to focus and work on a domestic capital market. We knew that this is already part, as Thor already mentioned, as a big initiative that is going around for a while and has been revamped, which is the domestic resources mobilization. And definitely the local currency capital market, developing that, is super important. For a simple reason, in any given capital market, the public bonds market, it is the safest financial asset locally, and that's the basic for the private capital development as well. And for instance, debentures issuance, so on and so forth. There needs to be, the primary market the market for public securities. So I think that one of the major restrictions that we see, probably institutions like ours can be kind of proud of after years of technical assistance. There's been a lot of developments on the legal side, I would say, in terms of, the basics of the laws are pretty much there. Most of them the legal frameworks are complete. This is probably less so when operations get more complex, and then when the investor base gets bigger and even more sophisticated. So I think that to come to your question, my hunch would be, seeing the experience and the lay of the land, is that there's a lot of problems in developing, or challenges in developing the money market and the primary market, even though there is the supply side as, it's the materials there, but implementation, it is still a challenge. I mean, there are a lot of links. When we deal with this local currency joint framework, which is the World Bank and IMF product, as Thor has mentioned, these are two major components, and that they come together with the secondary market development, of course, investors base, custody, settlement, regulation. So I think these last they're going pretty well, but I think we still lag a lot in a money market and the primary market. And one reason is that a lot of countries, specifically low-income countries, they're not truly or fundamentally committed with the agenda. So we see a lot of stop and go, infrequent issuances, and then also, this some sort of opportunistic or lack of presence or unpredictability in that agenda, which is pretty long. Before I pass it on, in the interest of time, I think that there is also some quick wins that could be addressed and could be, probably in the forefront of the agenda. And I think that it is very important. Like, for instance, transparency is super important. It's crucial. And then I think that, a lot could be done in terms of producing transparency, like being transparent about the instruments you're going to use, your borrowing requirements, your borrowing plans, how you're going to unveil and come up with your operations, rules-based approaches for taking on a primary, how you're going to go for the evaluation of the auctions, and even the existence of auctions. A lot of countries, they start auctioning, and then all of a sudden you see them stopping and doing some other offerings which are not as much as conducive for price discovery and for transparency and inciting more participation from different types of investors. So I think that that's probably one of the quickest wins that countries could focus on. We could have some numbers we can show you later in probably the second part. And another thing, it's capacity building. I think that's very crucial. We see a lot of turnover. Unfortunately, we also see sometimes in some contexts, specifically in low-income countries, the basics are not there. We tend to think so. For instance, what's the basis of financial mathematics or pricing, buying back operations, liability management operations, which will become more important as important as the market gets more complex and more sophisticated. So that balances a little bit. And finally, with innovation, for instance, of course we should harness and we should brace innovation, but that comes at a cost. At some times where we're actually imposing, depending on the instruments and the context, we are probably imposing or waiting on DMOs, which are already depleted in capacity and also in personnel. So I'll stop here and pass it on. Over to you, Karina.
Thank you very much, Andre. I will move swiftly to our second speaker, actually. I think you laid out very well the general context and some of those key challenges. So let me now turn to Nicole from the Africa Legal Support Facility. So do you agree broadly with some of those points Andre highlighted? And what in your view, based on also the experience of ALSF, are some of the most critical foundational legal reforms and regulations that governments should really prioritize if they want to enhance things like investor confidence and work towards deepening their domestic markets?
Great. Thank you, Karina. And thank you, of course, to you and the organizers for including us in this conversation today. So I think the short answer is yes, I agree with both the points that Andre made and points that were made earlier in both the keynote and other presentations. And generally speaking, I think in response to your question around legal reforms, a lot of those get picked up in that. So when we talk about deep domestic capital markets, we're talking about, as earlier presenters said, more investors, increased market participation, more liquidity, more tradable instruments. And even though for some of the countries, and particularly those that we work with, for some of them, having what would be a deeper domestic capital market is the goal, that will be kind of a longer term goal as opposed to an immediate term. To ultimately achieve this, what we need is to have legal, regulatory, and institutional frameworks that underpin these markets. And in terms of reforms, if they don't sort of address kind of these underlying requirements, such reforms will need to address any existing structural weaknesses, but they also might need to create new frameworks and new rules or regulations that support just that investor confidence. So you asked about my personal experience at the ALSF. So for us, many of the countries that we work with are kind of at their earlier stage, or we can call it the embryonic stage of their development in terms of domestic capital market processes. And here the government will be the predominant issuer, and there's very limited investor appetite. So actually the question that you asked is important for us in terms of the work that we do and the support we provide to the sovereigns that we work with. So what do investors need, and how do we inspire this investor confidence that everyone is agreeing is important to the development of these markets? So investors obviously need certainty. They require transparency, and generally speaking, they require some sort of comfort that their investment arrangements will be both enforceable and ultimately enforced. And to achieve this, governments really need to start by prioritizing predictable laws and processes. So, for example, related to property rights for capital market instruments. So here what we're trying to do is ensure that investors have access to their return on their investment. But we also need laws and processes that are related to enforcement. So effective dispute resolution mechanisms will also be important. And that's only one part of the puzzle. Another piece relates to the regulatory environment, and I'm sure that our colleague that works in the CMAC region will talk more about this. But countries also need to have robust securities regulations that ensure things like transparency, efficiency, and fairness, all things that have been picked up along the way today. They also need to have independent regulators that can enforce whatever those regulations are. So I do want to dig, I know that we're time constrained, but a little bit more into what I've just said. So to start, countries that have like a strong legal framework that are grounded in a constitution help to ensure respect for the rule of law and predictability. So we mentioned earlier South Africa. So this is a country that we all know has a well-established, deep domestic capital market. So they have clear guarantees of property rights that are already enshrined in their constitution. So also related to predictability, we didn't have a lot of time to spend on the slides, but I see my other colleague from AFDB had mentioned Mauritius. So this is a country that has a hybrid system of French civil law and English common law. And this is a jurisdiction that has been highlighted as being a place where investors can take comfort in contract enforceability, amongst other things. So I do want to talk a little bit more about securities regulations and the regulators. So we've already said that countries need regulations that ensure transparency, efficiency, fairness. And this is particularly important because these, of course, are attributes that support investor confidence, well-functioning markets, and of course, also efficient allocation of capital. So two examples of countries that have developed capital markets are, again, South Africa and also mentioned earlier, Nigeria. So both of these countries exhibit characteristics that I mentioned earlier. So they have related to like deep domestic capital markets. So they have high levels of liquidity, active market participants, and robust trading. So this market depth is unsurprisingly supported by these countries' securities regulatory frameworks. So I just want to dig a little bit more on the Nigeria point, because this is a good example of a regulatory environment being nimble, because this is important. As you know, circumstances change over time. So their Investment and Securities Act was actually just overhauled, maybe even last week, to include additional investor protections, giving more authority and range of actions that are available to their Securities and Exchange Commission. And they, for example, have integrated regulating digital assets. So that's an example of something that no one thought about, 10 years ago. Or even more recently than 10 years ago. So other laws that are relevant to investor confidence and well-functioning markets include things that are related to corporate governance, bankruptcy, insolvency, anti-money laundering, and tax. And on the tax point here, countries need to deal with both demand and supply sides. Before I leave you, I'm almost done. For countries that are in this embryonic stage of domestic capital development, where government securities are either one of few or even in many cases the only game in town. It's also really important to have transparent, rules-based debt management frameworks that ensure responsible borrowing, because obviously this will also support investor confidence. An important note just before I leave on that, it's also as part of this kind of overall structure for effective debt management frameworks, we need to make sure that laws are enforceable, because without enforcement, then you basically don't have a law. So that's all to say that in terms of the legal reforms that need to be undertaken, it's all about reforms that make it such that the legal, institutional, regulatory framework that underpinned capital markets in a country support things like what you were alluding to, investor confidence. So I shall stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was a really good and detailed sort of overview of those foundational blocks that need to be in place in order to successfully develop both the primary and secondary markets and deepening debt. Domestic debt markets. I think there are some of the things that you're mentioning. It's not just about domestic debt. It's in general about what countries need to do to generally improve their overall investor confidence, overall working on efficiency and transparency, enforceability of the legal frameworks. And I think something that both of you highlighted as well was the importance also of predictability and also the long-term, having this long-term view as well. And dedication as well, commitment. So I will now shift a little bit. So we've talked a little bit about sort of country level reforms and the peculiarities facing, for instance, lower income countries. But let's take a new angle and explore more the regional dimension and the role of regional bodies and the establishment of regional institutions and regulations and their role in advancing domestic debt market in Africa. So I will now turn to Monsieur Patouki. Bonjour, je vais changer. Je pense que votre intervention sera en français, n'est-ce
Oui,
pas? Ou bien?
oui,
Donc
bien
je vais
sûr.
je vais poser la question en français et
D'accord.
j'espère les interprètes marchent, mais ça va les permettre d'essayer le français vers l'anglais. Donc pourquoi est-il important d'aussi prendre en compte la dimension régionale quand on pense au développement des marchés de la dette intérieure? Et quelles initiatives ont été prises pour renforcer l'intégration de l'environnement réglementaire afin de promouvoir le développement des marchés de capitaux intérieurs dans l'Union économique et monétaire ouest-africaine?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais remercier la BAD de nous avoir associés à ce dialogue et sur une thématique dont l'importance n'est plus à démontrer. Je voudrais d'emblée dire que nous souscrivons totalement à ce qui a été dit. Aujourd'hui, quand on regarde les évolutions récentes, les crises et surtout les évolutions en termes de financement concessionnel et autres, on se rend compte que nos pays n'ont pas d'autre choix que de développer les marchés de dette locaux. C'est important d'avoir des marchés de dette locaux parce que, on l'a vu d'ailleurs, récemment, l'accès aux marchés internationaux était pratiquement impossible. Dans un contexte où vous avez de plus en plus des besoins importants des entreprises et des États pour financer le développement. Oui, donc il nous faut développer les marchés locaux de dette. Alors, cela, il faut prendre en compte quand on regarde, hein, puisque c'est cette expérience que nous allons partager, ce qu'on a comme union. Parce que c'est là une particularité que nous avons. Nous avons 8 pays qui sont ensemble et qui ont un marché financier unique. Et donc, et nous sommes tout à fait d'accord, hein. Pourquoi est-ce qu'il faut prendre en compte? Parce que à partir du moment où le choix, déjà quand on remonte à 1962, quand on mettait en place le cadre, si vous voulez, le cadre financier de l'Union en termes de monnaie et de marché financier, un choix avait été déjà fait d'avoir un marché financier unique qui couvre les 8 pays. C'est une spécificité et qui amène également d'autres contraintes, c'est-à-dire comment est-ce que dans un cadre tel que nous l'avons et tel que nous le disons, aller vers un cadre réglementaire, parce que quand on développe un cadre réglementaire, certains l'ont déjà dit, un marché financier à la base, c'est quand même un cadre réglementaire qu'il faut et qui permet naturellement un bon fonctionnement du marché. Alors, comment il faut le faire? Et donc, ce n'est pas un pays, donc ce n'est pas le Parlement d'un pays qui adopte la loi, parce que quand on prend une loi ou un texte, on va dire un texte réglementaire pour ce qui nous concerne, il est d'application dans tous les pays. Et donc, le choix qui a été fait, c'était de mettre un cadre institutionnel approprié. C'est-à-dire qu'on a une conférence des chefs d'État qui est l'organe d'orientation de toute action, que ce soit en termes de développement ou d'action financière. Nous avons le Conseil des ministres qui est vraiment l'organe décisionnel. Et je m'arrête là pour dire que nous, quand on élabore nos textes, nous les soumettons à l'approbation du Conseil des ministres, donc qui regroupe les 8 pays. Et donc, une fois que le texte, si c'est une loi, et donc, une fois que la loi est adoptée, elle est internalisée au niveau de chaque pays et de façon, on va dire quand même, de façon uniforme. Si c'est une décision, si c'est un règlement, donc il est d'application uniforme dans les autres pays. Voilà un peu le cadre qui a été conçu pour justement permettre que le marché fonctionne sur la base des textes réglementaires qui soient uniformes, parce qu'on ne peut pas avoir un texte qui s'applique différemment d'un pays à l'autre et on passerait à côté, si vous voulez, du principe qu'on a d'avoir un marché financier régional qui est unique. Nous avons également une bourse unique. On n'en trouve pas tellement dans le monde, c'est vraiment des particularités. Et donc, c'est ça qui nous permet véritablement de pouvoir avancer parce que nous avons conscience que c'est à partir de cela qu'il faut mettre en place des instruments qui permettent d'avoir un marché financier, on va dire, efficace et efficient. Nous reviendrons certainement sur les défis tout à l'heure, mais ce qu'il faut dire, ce choix ayant été fait, je dirais que l'avantage, c'est quoi? C'est que si nous avions des marchés financiers nationaux avant d'aller vers l'uniformisation, ce serait plus compliqué, comme on le constate ici et là. Donc, le choix au départ ayant été fait d'avoir un marché financier unique pour l'ensemble des pays, à partir du moment où, à partir de 1980, 1996, hein, justement, que le marché financier régional a été mis en place, même si les textes de base, c'était en 1962 qui ancrait déjà un marché financier régional. En 1962, le choix avait été fait et c'est pratiquement en 1996, après l'intégration économique, que nous sommes allés vers un marché unique et donc le marché a été créé, l'autorité des marchés financiers a été mise en place, la bourse a été mise en place pour que le tout fonctionne dans un cadre harmonisé comme nous l'avons vu sur le marché. Voilà, je ne voudrais pas peut-être monopoliser trop la parole parce qu'il y a d'autres choses, mais je pense qu'on reviendra après. D'autres ont évoqué les défis. Bon, on reviendra, c'est les mêmes défis qu'on a, mais je voulais camper en disant oui, l'intégration, à partir du moment où on fait un choix d'avoir un ensemble d'institutions d'État pour conduire la politique économique, la politique financière, oui, il faut trouver le même cadre pour le développement du marché. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Patoki. Donc oui, on voulait revenir, mais je pense que je vais rester avec vous et déjà vous poser cette deuxième question, comme nous sommes dans la thématique un peu des institutions régionales et on a quand même du temps. Je le suis très bien. Donc vas-y, parlez-nous un peu des défis, surtout dans la mise en œuvre de politique et réglementaire et explique-nous un peu ce qui est devant vous comme priorité pour la zone OMOA.
D'accord.
Merci.
OK, très bien, merci. Alors, les défis. Je crois que quelqu'un l'a déjà dit. Vous remarquerez aussi que nous avons un marché financier jeune, on va dire, hein. 1996, on est encore jeune, c'est un marché encore jeune. Les gros défis que nous avons, c'est, on l'a dit, c'est un marché peu liquide, peu profond et naturellement peu liquide. Et donc, c'est ça les limites. Et la grosse limite, et il faut le dire aujourd'hui, c'est que les investisseurs que nous avons sur notre marché, eh, pratiquement, c'est les institutionnels, c'est les banques aujourd'hui. Quand on fait une émission, en moyenne, 80% des soumissions, c'est vraiment les banques. Et donc, c'est les banques qui sont les investisseurs et on se rendra compte également que ces banques régulées, contrôlées par la Banque centrale, de par la politique monétaire, il y a des contraintes, c'est-à-dire l'exposition, par exemple, sur les titres, parce que le marché aussi, il est dominé par des titres publics. Les investisseurs ou les émetteurs, environ 80%, 90%, c'est pratiquement les États. Donc, les banques qui donc souscrivent s'exposent à des limites en termes de détention des titres publics dans leur portefeuille. Et donc, ça fait que le marché, il ne peut pas être liquide parce que au primaire, c'est pratiquement les mêmes investisseurs. À partir du moment où c'est eux qui peuvent animer le secondaire, et donc, le secondaire ne fonctionne pas comme il faut pour que nous ayons vraiment la liquidité qu'il faut. Ça, un défi important. Et donc, devant ce défi important, ce qu'on cherche aussi à faire, c'est que le marché, nous étions habitués à des titres classiques. Aujourd'hui, avec la finance verte, dont nous avons déjà un cadre qui permet les émissions de titres, donc finance verte, durable et sociale, nous avons également mis en place, avec l'adoption du Conseil des ministres, un cadre réglementaire pour la finance islamique, c'est-à-dire créer les conditions de diversification des produits sur le marché et attirer des investisseurs pour que nous n'ayons pas toujours les mêmes investisseurs qui, donc, nous amènent aux contraintes que nous connaissons. Parce que si aujourd'hui, les banques ne peuvent plus souscrire, j'avoue que le marché va totalement gripper parce qu'il n'y aura pas forcément. Et donc, d'autres défis, c'est quoi? C'est que oui, on fait un clin d'œil aux investisseurs étrangers. Donc, il nous faut adapter notre réglementation, c'est-à-dire que tout ce que nous faisons, c'est d'avoir une réglementation qui soit aux normes internationales. Quelqu'un l'a dit, hein, il faut créer les conditions de confiance de l'investisseur. Et donc, tout ce que nous faisons en sorte que la réglementation, puisque nous sommes membres de l'OICV, et donc il faut avoir une réglementation qui est aux standards internationaux, ce qui va rassurer les investisseurs et leur permettre de venir sur le marché. Donc, voilà un défi important et une contrainte sur laquelle nous travaillons. Il ne faut pas oublier que la zone, nous sommes confrontés à la fragmentation. Notre marché subit la fragmentation qui ne permet pas son meilleur fonctionnement parce que vous avez des titres donc émis par adjudication, donc au niveau de la Banque centrale, et les titres qui sont émis sur le marché financier et donc avec la supervision, si vous voulez, du régulateur que nous sommes. Autant les titres émis sur le marché financier sont cotés à la bourse, quand vous prenez les titres émis par adjudication, ils ne sont pas cotés. Donc, voilà les contraintes que nous voyons, les défis, et je crois que nous, dans le futur, hein, nous allons travailler à trouver une solution à cela, parce que vous allez trouver des obligations de maturité longue par adjudication qui ne sont pas cotées. Et donc, n'étant pas cotées, donc vous comprenez que une grosse proportion est là. Et donc, ces titres émis seront détenus jusqu'à terme. Donc, il faut créer les conditions de développer un marché secondaire qui soit dynamique, qui permette donc de vendre tout ce qu'on a aux primaires et permettre aux primaires de revenir avec de nouveaux titres. Voilà vraiment les défis que nous avons. Sur ces questions, il faut que nous puissions travailler et nous allons continuer à travailler sur la réglementation. Que tout ce que nous prenons comme texte réglementaire va épouser les normes internationales pardon, pour que véritablement nous ayons la confiance des investisseurs partout où ils sont, que ce soit des investisseurs locaux ou étrangers, pour que justement le marché puisse répondre aux besoins. Voilà ce que je voulais dire.
OK. Merci beaucoup, merci. Donc, I think then, because let us move swiftly on. So I'll now turn back to Mr. Jonathan. So we've heard a lot from our panel already. Maybe what I'll ask you to bring in is looking outside of the Africa region and what are maybe some of the lessons or beyond, within or beyond. Sorry. What are some of the lessons that we can learn from best practices, global best practices, when it comes to developing the appropriate regulatory and institutional frameworks for domestic debt market development? And in your response, also feel free to tag on some of the initiatives that Mr. Preudt was talking about, the assessment framework that the IMF and the World Bank are working on, and tell us a little bit more about that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been a fascinating discussion so far. Let me try to make a few points. So if I make 2 points, one, I'll tell you a little bit about the regulatory and the legal aspects that we have encountered when delivering the capacity development on local currency bond markets. And secondly, I'll talk a little bit about what could be good examples outside of the African continent. So the framework I've continued to relentlessly mention is comprised of 6 building blocks, and one of them is the legal and regulatory aspects. And there we basically look at the on 2 levels. We look at the high level. We look at the let's say the overall framework for debt management, the debt management legislation, the institutional responsibilities, the objectives, and this is of course super important because it frames the entire debt management profession in that particular country. And there, from there, we have a number of other legislative aspects. They can relate to the securities market organization, role of financial institutions, intermediaries, etc. And this all needs to be framed quite well. And we analyze these legal aspects, let's say on 5 key dimensions. One is the borrowing authority. Second is the market regulation, the investor protection, the legislation covering mutual funds and other collective investment schemes. And then there is the tax. So these are maybe the key dimensions that we look at, because of course there are more dimensions, as Nicole mentioned, but these are really crucial to sort of set the overall envelope for the confidence of investors. And it also helps to firmly establish what the authorities need to do, and provides the underpinning for the important entities that are involved in issuing debt. And this is this sort of supports also the operation of these entities, because by having the legal certainty and the regulation, it provides, it both empowers and emboldens and creates a level of accountability. So you might think this is an area that is of great concern for Africa. And yes, it's of great concern, but out of the pilots that we have encountered, and they are not all 16 countries are from the African continent, but the quality is actually higher than you expect. So out of the 6 building blocks, this is probably one of the best performing building blocks, and like you know, the scores, they don't tell the entire story, of course, but sort of the higher level legislation is actually in better shape than you expect. So that's fine. So where are the issues then? The issues are really more related to the actual implementation. So this is like after you frame everything like well, you go down to the next level. Like, what is the structure of the primary market? What is the operational parameters for the operation of the primary market for government bonds? What is the framing of the secondary market? Are the rules and regulations for the secondary market? And these have actually been the focus of our capacity development to really ensure that these are in good shape, and it sort of relates to how the market can actually operate. And if I just give you an idea, so a few of them, and I'm using the examples from Botswana and Lesotho. So one is maybe the transparency, so publish basic documents like the debt management strategy, developing issuance plan, define the authority, like who does what when it comes to the domestic debt issuance. In many countries, central banks are already established as sort of being the main counterpart to the operation of the auction and the issuance of securities. And then there are maybe a number of points like relating to the operation of the money market. And why is the money market important? Well, it's because it provides the short end of the yield curve. And if you want to have a realistic and reliable yield curve that has this foundational role where you basically use that yield curve to price other financial market instruments. So the yield curve is so crucial when it comes to thinking about further development beyond the government bonds. When you think about corporate bonds, SOEs, so all of this is going to be priced upon the yield curve. And what we've seen in our work that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit in this aspect, and these can relate to you know, missing rules on repos, so banks can exchange liquidity, have more liquidity in the money market. So there are issues related to the taxation as the instruments sort of become more complicated. The taxation of repos, taxation of returns, capital gains tax, these become more important. And then maybe not a regulation, but maybe more of an aspect of coordination, is that you need to set the scene for the interactions between the central bank and the Ministry of Finance. So who does what when it comes to debt management and cash management? And I think these are actually very crucial to address, because it sort of goes to the overall functioning of the entire market. So if I go from there and I think about, like, so what are the good examples? Of course, perhaps the best examples of countries that were able to develop their domestic market quite quickly goes back to the Asian financial crisis. So there you had Asian countries, they experienced a severe crisis, and there was a very, very concerted effort to develop debt management capacity and domestic debt markets. So if you look at the set of ASEAN countries, you will see that many of them have markets that have reasonable secondary market liquidity and are well structured. Now, this set of countries had a number of, let's say, benefits going for them. So they had a lot of domestic savings. And so it's going to be difficult to use that example as a one-for-one for countries on the African continent, because the level of domestic savings is much lower. So there's very little institutional savings in African pension funds, and those funds tend to be fully deployed across a number of other instruments. So it represents a trade-off. So the other countries that actually have very liquid markets in Latin America, and Andre can speak to the experience of Brazil. So Brazil and Mexico, these are, of course, two fairly well-developed economies, but that was not always the case. So, and one thing we've been looking at when we look at these experiences, we see some similarities with, let's say, the larger countries in Africa. But you could almost make the assumption that those countries are at a similar stage as Brazil and Mexico and several other countries in Latin America. We're about like a decade, 10 to 15 years ago. And look at those countries today. They're able to issue most of their debt domestically, very little foreign currency risk, investor confidence. So the recipe is there, and these experiences are well documented. But finally, let me speak to the point of complexity, because we heard a bit about like green bonds, ESG, social bonds, credit enhancements. This world is becoming less plain vanilla and is becoming more complex, and that also applies to the structure of the domestic debt securities, and that sort of takes me to the aspect of building capacity. And when I think of a typical African debt management office, the biggest gap I'm seeing is the front office. It's the part of the debt management function that's interacting with the markets. And this is so important to nurture and develop, because we have a large part of the borrowing, especially the domestic and of course the external in international capital markets. It requires to have market experience, and that also extends to the investor relations, the interaction with the credit rating agencies, and I feel that's the area where countries actually need to invest in, and it's an investment. Okay. And finally, so we are here to help. I see one of my colleagues, Umar Dessou, is in a panel that's following, and he can maybe talk more about the work of the IMF in the region. But the model that we are using is to have more regional presence on an ongoing basis using the regional capacity development centers. And this is, why is this important? It's important because we want to see more focus on implementation, and we want to see a stronger interaction over a medium term with the countries that we are trying to serve. And I'll let Umar speak more to that. Thank you, Karin.
Thank you so much. Now I have run out of time, and I know that the organizers are not happy with me, and I need to apologize in advance because I would have loved to have done another round, and especially heard a little bit more about, for example, Brazil experience from Andrea. That would have been great. But I know that you're still with us, Andrea, as a moderator, and you'll still be with us. I'm hoping there'll be opportunities later. I also think that we've provided the great sort of bouncing board for the next topics that are going to be covered in the other panels. Basically, I really like the way you recapped it, Tordor, that the recipe is there. We know it is possible. With the right commitment, the long-term commitment, ensuring transparency, predictability, and the effectiveness of the rule books, and that they are properly implemented, then we can see that it is very much possible to achieve success in this area. So I think we heard so many excellent interventions on what needs to be looked at and focused on. I'll not try to summarize all that. We have rapporteurs. All this will be summarized and shared back and made available to all participants. I will now just refer back to Namawu, please. Namawu, can we permit two, three questions from the floor, or are we so behind time that you prefer that we postpone that questioning? Please let me know.
Two questions, I think, just to give the audience the opportunity. Yeah,
a chance. Okay. So let me see. I'm looking to see if any hands are up. I see an Adon, oh, no, I've lost Tanho. Adam. Are there any hands? Yeah, wait, first, Mr. So please, questions related to the topic of this panel. And as you pose your question, please also indicate which of our panelists you would like to respond. So Mr. Festus Cheriot, please present yourself and your question. Tanya, is it possible to let him speak? Or no? I'm not hearing anything.
Good afternoon.
Okay, yes, please come in.
Okay, good afternoon and good evening, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon. Please go ahead. Straight
Yes,
to the point, please.
Okay, my question is, my question is, how is it possible, maybe, how is it possible, maybe to use, how is it possible for us, maybe as African countries, whereby the debt to GDP ratio is so high, maybe to reduce or maybe the public debt, whereby debt to GDP ratio in most of the African countries is almost 70% to the GDP. How is it possible, maybe now, maybe to solve from the debt crisis issue without maybe affecting the commodity prices and also maybe causing the volatility?
Okay, so general question on managing soaring debt levels in a way that doesn't impact negatively on the overall economy. That is quite a general question. Let me just see if there are any other questions before we pose that to the panel. There was a hand and it disappeared. Let me look at the Q&A. In the Q&A, I'm not seeing a question, but I'm seeing an excellent comment and intervention relating to the Central African Economic and Monetary Community. I think that's one of the unique elements of this continent is we have these communities, these economic and regional communities. So it does add an additional dimension to this discussion. Hands. If anyone can help me out and tell me if there's a hand up, that would be most.
Yes, there are two more.
Matthew Langol. Matthew Langol. And then we will, please come in. Tanya? And then afterwards, Adam, and then we will stop. So we'll take two more questions from, please, Matthew Langol and Michael Adam.
Vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez?
Oui. Yes, please. Vas-y.
OK. Merci bien. Merci bien pour votre brillante présentation. Moi, j'avais une question, et c'était de savoir, selon vous, comment pouvons-nous mettre en place un cadre réglementaire robuste pour le développement des marchés des capitaux en Afrique, qui soutiennent non seulement la croissance économique, favorisent également l'inclusion financière et protègent les investisseurs, tout en évitant les risques de distorsion économique?
D'accord. Comment mettre en place, how put in place a regulatory framework that ensures for inclusion and protection of the economic growth. I think that's in many ways what we've been responding to throughout the panel, but it will be an opportunity I can give the chance to any panelist to add to what they already shared. But Matthew, please, is Matthew able to now pose his question? Tanya? No? Okay. I think
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Please come in. Please.
Yes,
Please present yourself very briefly and pose your
yes,
question.
I'm studying renewable energy at Technical University of Vienna, and I'm looking into investment in energy for the future because of the East African Power Pool related to South African Power Pool, these two interconnectivity. And I've seen the Mission 300 being launched in Dar es Salaam, and there's no correlation to the two sides. African Development Bank is putting quite an investment there. So what is the future of relating to the two power pools in relation to the debts?
Okay. Thank you. I think that is a very specific question, more linked to also our energy sector colleagues. And on our current panel, I'm not sure there's anyone that would pick up that question right now, but it could perhaps be picked up later in a panel on the innovative financing. So I hope you'll bear with us, and then otherwise we'll get back to you. So let me just start with the first question, which, yes, thank you. So panel, we had two, I suppose, quite general questions, but I suppose it's a chance just to reflect back on, ensuring that we put in place the right reforms that assure that the debt that is contracted domestically actually leads to the inclusive growth and inclusive and green growth that we're all seeking, and doesn't lead to more vulnerabilities. If there are any points you might want to add to what you've already shared, maybe I'd like to offer that possibility to Andre from the World Bank or Nicole.
Yes, Karina, I can gladly take one. I'll take the first one.
Come in.
Yeah, I'll take the first one. We get that a lot, actually. It's not surprising whether, I find it more often than not big confusion on what the impacts of debt management, the powers that debt management has, whether it's on debt growth, on the debt trajectory, and what are the implications, what can be done. Of course, this is if the debt is exposed to a great degree of risk, for instance, high share of foreign exchange rate or a big share of a floating rate exposed to LIBOR, for instance, or former LIBOR, or now the SOFR or whatever you have as a reference. Any shocks could make the debt increase really fast. But do not forget, this is more of a fundamentally fiscal issue. And that's the difference I would like to make. I mean, and this, you can really get away with it. The sustainability of the debt over time It depends on the fiscal trajectory, which in turn depends on the broader macroeconomic framework and then sound policies and also implementation. So I think that once you transition from more reliant external debt, concessional financing, depending or funded by multilateral, quasi or bilateral creditors, which tends to dominate a lot in the region. When you transit from there to local market funding, there is an obvious trade-off in terms of costs, and then or also lower risks in terms of currency insulation, currency protection, which in turn would help contain that risk from the financial side.
Thank you very much. So I'll give the opportunity now to the other panelists. It's also a way to give your concluding remarks around this general theme and around those general questions that were asked. So Nicole, would you like to come in?
Yeah, very briefly, just to add on top of all of the things that I already talked about of course, we all remember that I was talking specifically about legal reforms, but I think all of this, if you're talking in particular about green growth, needs to fit into a broader strategy that the country puts in place related to those types of initiatives and those types of objectives. And then you'll need to also have some sort of incentives, some sort of other framework that also addresses those particular issues. I will cheat here and say very briefly that this is kind of the space that the ALSF operates in. So we do a lot around helping countries to develop appropriate frameworks depending on what their longer term objectives are. So we're available to assist in that way as well. A little bit of a cheat, but thank you, Karina.
Oh, very fine. That's very fine. So I will offer the same opportunity. Final quick intervention by Monsieur Patokouyi. Si vous avez des choses à rajouter très brièvement, comme ça on va conclure cette session. And then, oui?
Merci beaucoup. Oui. Vraiment une intervention rapide sur cette question d'ordre général. Alors, pour moi, forcément, il faut améliorer le recouvrement, c'est-à-dire améliorer le recouvrement des ressources internes. C'est un défi. On en parle toujours. Ce n'est pas évident. Pour certains de nos pays, nous sommes confrontés à cette frange importante du secteur informel qu'on n'arrive pas à suffisamment maîtriser et donc recouvrer comme il faut. Mais il faut toujours faire des efforts en termes de recouvrement de ressources internes. Mais de l'autre côté aussi, il faut réorienter comme il faut les dépenses, c'est-à-dire orienter les dépenses vers les secteurs porteurs de croissance. Si ce jaugeage n'est pas fait, on peut être amené donc à dépenser beaucoup et qu'on ne voit pas suffisamment d'impact sur la croissance. À la fin des comptes, lorsque on a ce déséquilibre, on ne peut qu'aller s'endetter pour couvrir. Et donc, on risque d'avoir une dette qui ne produit pas les effets que l'on souhaite. Voilà l'équilibre qu'il faut chercher. Ce n'est pas toujours évident, mais il faut chercher à avoir cet équilibre-là. Merci.
C'est bien, c'est vraiment de retourner à la base de pourquoi on accumule cette dette. À qu'est-ce que ça doit servir? Qu'est-ce qu'il faut assurer? So, Mr. John Tour, do I also offer this final words that you may want to share, and then we will bring this session to a close, if you have anything you want to add.
I didn't quite, I think you were referring to me, so I have 3 points, and it's related to the...
It was just concluding, any concluding remarks that you might like to add.
No, I think the question we got, like, what can we do about these high debt levels, is something that we need to speak to, and we heard the colleagues mention it, like economic growth, revenue mobilization, and expenditure management. I think those are sort of the key components there, and these are not easy issues to address, but these are the most crucial ones. I'll let that be my closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with that, I think we will bring this session to a close because we've run quite a far behind, but I will not blame it entirely on our panel because we started late as well. So I want to thank you all so much for sharing your insights. I think this provides really a good base for the next panels and the continued discussions. So with that, I will bring this to a close and invite, I think the next panel is yours, Andre. Namawu, is this correct? Do we just move swiftly
That's
from one
correct.
to the
Yes.
other?
Yes,
I will
yes.
see. Thank you all and leave you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Andrea, over to you.
All right. So thank you very much. Let me just adjust here a little bit. So we're now moving to this very interesting panel, which is talking about innovations in the financial products, meaning unlocking the potential of domestic debt market. I think this was already raised by important keynote speakers, and I think that we have a very good distinguished panel here. Just before we move into that, I think that right now innovation financial products they play a very vital role in unlocking potential of domestic debt by enhancing access to capital. As I said before, like more and more multilateral banks are limited in terms of what the amount of financing they can provide, but they can do a lot in terms of setting the stage for boosting innovation, improving liquidity, using their credit risk position to channel whatever is available in the capital market through that, and then you'll see a plethora of use of proceed bonds, SLB bonds, securitized assets, so on and so forth. And then this innovation also may also be supportive for risk management through different types of instruments that are available, and also reducing issuance costs. I think we had a very important part saying what could be streamlined in terms of the market infrastructure. I think has everything to do that, and we are relieving our new innovations in that area as well with fintech solutions, helping price discovery, transparency, and so on and so forth. So without further ado, let me quickly introduce our distinguished panelists. We have Ms. Akane Sanankoa. She's a division manager of the AFDB, where she leads the capital markets development across Africa, brings experience from previous experience from Citigroup, and holds degrees from Harvard and the ASVP in Europe. Then we have Professor Gabriel Fall, director of KG Partners, visiting professor in practice at LSE, and a super expert in finance, development, and impact investment. Then we have our very own Omar Disu, with hands on the ground, IMF regional debt management advisor, with a lot of expertise in the region, debt strategy, market development, so on and so forth. Before that, he was in the Bank of Canada, Quebec's Minister of Finance. And finally, we have Dr. Baba Musa, DG from YFAM. He's been around for a while. He's also a friend, and great, very renowned in the region. And I'm super happy to have you as a panelist as well. So please hand it over let me hand it over to Ms. Akin without further ado.
Good morning, everyone. I suppose you asked the first question, maybe?
I mean, we can go straight for your points. I think there's no need for repeating that too. Yeah.
Sure. So I'm very pleased to represent the African Development Bank in this panel. It's a pleasure to be here and share a little bit of the work of the African Development Bank when it comes to local capital markets development and also access to international capital markets. Thank you.
Okay, so perhaps you want to talk about like this, given this rising reliance on domestic borrowing across Africa, what kind of innovative capital markets reforms can significantly improve liquidity and foster investors' confidence in the market? Maybe we can start with that.
Sure, of course. So the strategic approach of AFDB when it comes to local capital market development is really to support the development of a well-regulated, deep, sound, enabling environment, and that includes the regulatory environment, but also the market infrastructure. We also support the broadening and the deepening of products and market participants, because many of the panelists before mentioned the importance of for investors' confidence to have transparency, to have consistency as well in the disclosure of information, even in the publication of the frequency of issuance of sovereign bonds, etc. The importance of also having enforceability in the implementation of the regulation, and the importance also of scale. So we use several types of interventions. It can be public sector reforms for public sector budget support for financial sector reforms, or technical assistance grants, where we support all capital market stakeholders, regulators, stock exchanges, CSDs, and selected investors, and also produce a knowledge piece. And we have a dedicated trust fund, a capital market development trust fund, that is funded by the Luxembourg, the Netherlands, and Sweden, that we use to deploy a lot of these technical assistance, focusing on upgrading regulatory frameworks, ensuring the alignment with international best practices, which is very important because investors like to have regulations that they can compare. And for that, alignment with IOSCO's international best practices is important and something that we support. We also fund market infrastructure upgrades, introduction of new products, capacitation of market participants, etc. And I can give you a few examples, the way, for example, we've approached our support to the regional financial market of WAMU through two-phase project, the PADMAFIA project, where we supported the IMF UMOA to review their core foundational text, identifying areas of improvement to facilitate adoption of future texts, also areas to support investor confidence, new product development, etc. In that technical assistance, we even funded capacity building for the regulator, the market participants, on new products such as green bonds, diaspora bonds, securitization. And some of the training that we did were the bedrock to enable G-CoP to then write the green bonds guidelines for IMF UMOA, that then enabled the issuance of the first corporate green bonds in the region. We supported also beyond the regulation the DCBR, which is the Central Securities Depository and Settlement Bank, and we're currently helping them to put in place a digital platform to manage the issuance of securities on the primary market. So this will increase transparency and boost investor confidence. There are several other types of interventions that we've done. In Capo Verde, for example, we worked on putting in place the first capital markets master plan, which requires consultation of all market participants who have a clear roadmap for the development of the market. The project also included upgrading the stock exchange trading platform. In Nigeria, we also supported the acquisition of a market surveillance system to improve the oversight and increase investor confidence. But I think it's also important to increase the integration of capital markets, to increase transaction through cross-border trading. And for that reason, we've been supporting, working with the African Securities Exchanges Association, ASEA, on the African Exchanges Linkage Project. And to date, we now have the African trading link technology in place that can facilitate cross-border trading between 7 of the biggest stock exchanges of Africa that represent over 90% of Africa's market cap. And now the big work is going to be to put measures in place to boost activity through this platform. I'm going to stop there. And if you want me to talk more specifically about how we support credit enhancement solutions as well, I can go back to that later. Thank you.
No, this is fascinating. I think that all hands on the deck that we can possibly get. It's super productive and super important. I think you touched in many key areas that are very important, and we're going to come back to that. But let me quickly turn on to Professor Fao. Maybe we know that in the region there is a lot of volatility and foreign exchange rate, which is instability is something that it is pernicious. It's not very supportive for the development of the local market, especially when we don't have a lot of hedging mechanisms in place or they are weak. So what kind of a policy incentives or regulatory frameworks do you think they are more effective for mobilizing the instruments for pension funds or institutional investors to be more participant, have a more active role in the local currency market, or other policies in general?
Thank you so much, Andre. And maybe I'll pick on one particular source of financing of domestic markets that's not much covered. And there's an element of hedging that's relevant to it. Because if we come back to the topic about innovations and new products for the domestic market, one would ask, sort of, what do we need these new products or innovations for? And essentially, from a practical point of view, operational point of view, it's two things. That is the current categories of investors in the domestic market for them to increase the quantum of their investments. That's one. The second one is to bring in new investors who are now not investing. So that would include the pension funds and others who are not investing enough, and increase the quantum of their investments. So these two strands at an operational level is what's needed to grow the domestic markets. Now, for that, I don't think even before one goes to brand new inventions of products, the products that exist now can be modified and repackaged to hit these two main targets of increasing both the number of investors and the quantum of their investments. And that is why I would want to focus on diaspora investors in local markets, which, if you compare them, say, to pension funds, they are virtually nowhere. The pension funds, we do mention that they don't invest as much as they should. But if you look at diaspora participation in local portfolio products, it's virtually nil, or it's very, very marginal. What can one do to bring this effectively untapped source of investment in local markets? I would say, again, two main approaches. One, to repackage the products. And in so doing, it's not only allowing you access to this new source of finance, but it's also important for the internal potential investors who are not participating. Somebody mentioned earlier that in many countries, especially the low-income countries, most of the participants in lending to government are institutions and banks. In fact, people argue that that had made commercial banks extremely lazy in many African countries because all they do is buy treasury bills and bonds. So what can you do in the repackaging? Number one would be to really move very fast on retail bringing a retail element to it, because that allows smaller investors to participate. Second, and it's been done in some countries, but not enough, is project linkage. Because there is a general distrust of the public purse and the government, but investors want a return, so they want to invest. So if you have a project-linked program, project-linked investment, it increases interest in those investments, because people would say, it's my money that built that road, it's my money that built that dam, or something like that. And that is also very appealing to the diaspora. So if you come to the rearranging how you sell it, the first thing to notice is even not every African country have an effective capital markets. Some of them have legislation, but there's no stock exchange operating. And even those who've been operating, even if you take a country like Rwanda, with all of its dynamism, its capital markets is relatively small, considering how long it's now been established. So one must look again at how to sell. It's just, if you think about it in general terms, um, some people would go to a supermarket, but some people would want to go to a local market or to a corner market. So the idea of the domestic market is this big regulated market in this format must be questioned and challenged, because there can be other forms of regulated market that allow that access. And two other elements, and what would make you do that well? Fintech. Fintech can do that in a manner that revolutionizes everything. We all know this story, but the fact that you can make this into retail elements, small units that people holding their mobile phone can use to make small investment. Thus, you're going on many people investing smaller sums. That is a potential and a possibility that has not been developed further. And the diaspora, for that, this is very appealing to them, because they already use these fintech platforms for their huge amount of remittances. So in diaspora finance, remittances is the most understood one. And almost everybody uses fintech, especially after COVID, to transfer the $100 billion every year that goes to Africa. 100 billion, that is. This is why we've been working on what we are saying diaspora targeted bonds, because almost all of the African countries have their local structures of treasury bills and bonds. What about putting that on a fintech platform and marketing it specifically for the diaspora? And I must say, we've done a lot of work on this with the African Union, but the African Development Bank is also beginning to do what I think is significant work, especially around creating that platform. So if you have project-linked, fintech-enabled local currency, diaspora targeting bonds, you're opening up the ecology of innovation and new products in that.
So,
and just
Professor
to
Fall, let me take an advantage of because we have to give opportunity for the others too, and let me take.
Sure.
I loved your points, and I think this mixes up with one of my favorite topics, which is retail debt. I know one of the fathers or creators of this program in Brazil, and today there's a lot of there's mixed feelings about it, and I think that the use of technology is important, is getting more, is widespreading the use. I think we've seen interesting cases in Indonesia, which was pioneering that. Those other countries that have been using digital platforms. So let me turn for that too. This is also links for other products that could be increase the reach of financial instruments for those who want to channel their savings for sovereign debt. So let me turn to you, Uma. Maybe you can say something about how digital innovations can be used in the region, and what's your experience in West Africa or in Africa in general?
Yeah, thank you, Andre. I really want to thank Professor Fall because he already touched on the digital innovation that I was planning to talk about, and one of them is being the blockchain-based issuance. I think we have some experience here with the World Bank transaction in 2018, as well as the EIB digital bond that was issued last year. I think it has the potential to kind of increase the access to the domestic market, because when we tokenize a bond that's been issued, that can be partially a space to allow some investor that might not have the necessary capital to be able to buy part of it and be able to participate in the market. And also what the World Bank and EIB transaction have shown, the potential to reduce the settlement period, as well increasing efficiency on the digital platform. Another area that will be very useful and also help deepening the domestic debt market is the automated debt tracking system. Here we know that in many of the domestic market in Africa, there is some issue regarding transparency, as well as investors' confidence into the data that the government are putting out. And by having automated system, I think that will be, it will provide opportunity to have a real-time data that will be packaged in one place, be available to everybody, and that will help give investors, boost investor confidence to this market. And also, if we go beyond that, and some of the projects that the African Development Bank are kind of leading, there is a potential that that could help improve market surveillance on the secondary market. Because when you try to have those automatic system in place, the regulator can use those systems to improve the market surveillance on that front. And the third part that I really want to talk about quickly, because I'm really mindful of the time, is the potential of the AI-driven risk assessment. We know that, I mean, we are not there. There's, I would say, with exception to few countries in Africa, there is a need to improve the risk assessment on the secondary market, and also be able to use the vast amount of data sets that are there. I think there is a potential that the AI can be used to help inform, to make informed policy decision, and also allow investors to make informed decision. Because when you have the potential to use AI to analyze in a quick time span the gross amount of data, you can try to see what kind of information are there that you could use it to make an informed decision. I will stop here. If you want me to expand it, just let me know. I can expand it, but I'm mindful of the time.
We can come back to that later, but I think that was a great introduction. Let me pass it around to Dr. Babamusa. In your experience, what do you think would be the regulatory or policy frameworks that could be conducive for integration of these instruments in the domestic market?
Thank you very much, Andre, and it's so good to see you again. As Professor Fall and of course Umar indicated, in recent years in African countries and of course the global environment, we have seen the introduction of innovative financial instruments. Some of them were mentioned. But specifically, you know, Sukuk, digital instruments, sustainability-linked bond, and social bonds, all, and of course, tokenized securities, are new products that are actually being leveraged by African countries. So to successfully integrate them into our domestic markets and ensuring investor protection and financial stability, we really need to review a comprehensive policy framework or regulatory framework that support the innovation without, of course, compromising prudential standards. So in terms of the policy and regulatory framework, first, we will need to I look at our legal and institutional infrastructure. To attract investors, really, African economies must ensure that we have a robust and legal institutional framework that defines, govern, and enforce the terms of innovative instruments. So establishing a legal recognition is key. Innovative instruments like green bonds, like the Sukuk and the digital securities must be explicitly recognized in national security and public finance laws in our countries. Because legal ambiguity deters issuance and investments. So therefore, our domestic financial legislation must explicitly recognize these innovative instruments. Additionally, our debt management offices, our central banks and ministries of finance and the capital authorities should also try to publish, specific issuance guidelines to align with the global standards, such as the ICMA's green bond principles. Those will really help. And then finally, also, we need to strengthen our regulatory agencies. As it is now, regulatory bodies need capacity building to effectively assess, monitor, and regulate these instruments. This includes expertise, for instance, in environmental finance and Islamic finance or fintech. So we need to strengthen those regulatory agencies. That's in terms of the regulatory framework. But additionally, also, regulatory innovations for market development is also necessary. What I mean here is that we need to, for things like Sukuk, we must address, Sharia compliance, asset backing, and investment rights, as well as resolution to events of defaults in our laws. So we need to establish national and regional, perhaps, Sharia advisory councils that will ensure that the Sukuk structure is complied with in an Islamic way. Similarly, in digital instruments, we need supportive regulatory sandbox to create the sandbox that or the environment to test those blockchain securities. And in terms of investor protection and market integrity, investor confidence hinges on transparency, accountability, and efficient market. So our disclosure and transparency issues must be addressed. We must mandate detailed use of proceed disclosure laws, impact on reporting standard, and of course, when we have ongoing project, their performance update must be clearly be transmitted. Credit rating agency enforcement is very important. So we need to work with domestic and international credit rating agencies to develop methodologies that will suit these instruments. And of course, also create environment for dispute resolution and resource mechanism. Meaning we need to strengthen our mechanism for investor recourse, especially in cross-border Sukuk or other digital instruments. Finally, in terms of conducive environment, we need some kind of incentivization or issuance strategy. Some fiscal incentives may help. We can provide tax incentives for green bonds, for instance, so that we have some tax exempt. We could also decide to adopt perhaps blended finance structure or a kind of public sector leadership from our government. By this, I mean that government should take the lead in issuing bonds, sovereign bonds, sovereign green bonds or Sukuk instruments. That would really help the African
I'm getting messages here
mechanism.
about time management. Yeah. Sorry about to interrupt you, but
no problem.
Here. Yeah. Daniel, if you're online, how much time do we have? Or should we go for the second round, or should we ask the panel?
I think you have 10 minutes to end the session. So
okay, good.
That's up to you.
So let me take advantage of that, of this exceptional introduction to go for a second round. Also, because so let me start with kind of give it back to you. I think that you mentioned very important points, and one of them was the need for expanding the investors base. So what can you tell us about that? I think it's in my view, it's and most of the time it's a structural issue. There is only so much you can do for expanding and deepening the investor base. but there is a lot to do in terms of putting the right pieces in the right time, making investors comfortable, but also on the issuer side, what do you think could be done in terms of organizing issuances, maybe making the processes of participating into auctions on domestic debt operations more practical and more well understood among the practice?
Thank you very much. So on that topic specifically, I think our panel has discussed many of the regulatory reforms or market infrastructure solutions, new products that can actually help bring more investor confidence, more investor appetite. But I would also like to talk about a few things like there are investors with different risk appetites, and it's important to also support the creation or the capacitation of third-party financial institutions that can provide de-risking solutions so that investors with different level of comfort can actively participate in the markets. So that would be my first point. For example, we partnered with PIDG, NSIA, etc. in Nigeria to capacitate and operational infracredit that provides local currency guarantees to enable project bond, infrastructure bond issuance in Nigeria. And learning on that successful experience, we've also capacitated with the same type of co-investors, the Damana Credit Enhancement Facility in East Africa. So that's going to be a continued work stream for us. And I think there is also how can we tap into the growing pool of ESG investors? While at the moment, Africa only represents a fraction, capturing the growing sustainable bonds and loans markets. So the bank has also done quite a lot of work in this domain. First, our treasury funding team has a lot of experience because this market started with DFIs as issuers. So AFDB has a lot of experience as an issuer that shared that knowledge through the initial stage of development of that market. We were in advisory groups, including our funding team. For example, in the Nigeria Green Bond Advisory Group, when they were putting in place their green bond markets. But then we thought that we should also support African sovereigns by playing a counter-cyclical role, as they could no longer have access to the Eurobond market in past years, or at least at very difficult conditions. So the bank has worked on several partial credit guarantee transactions that has enabled several African sovereigns, the likes of Egypt, Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Rwanda, etc., to mobilize.
Sorry, we need to move on, otherwise we will run out of time. Sorry to
Understood. Okay, let me wrap up quickly. To mobilize over 2.5 billion of sustainable bonds and loans, and a big lesson there is the importance to have a sustainable finance framework that is anchored in international best practices, and to structure the transaction in a way that creates a maximum investor appetite and improvement of the financial terms. And we actually have within the bank a client solution and syndication team that can now play a MLA role to improve the structuring of those transactions. We can also anchor such bond issuances by African corporates, and we played a role in creating the SDG, the first SDG bond listing in South Africa when we invested in the Nedbank SDG bond. And since then, we've invested in quite a few number of similar transactions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Fall, what kind of, knowing that DMOs are constrained in terms of capacity and then also in the staffing, and given your interesting ideas of, very innovative and using the technology, how do you make things work, in your opinion, in terms of how to accommodate the sense of dealing with innovation in a very constrained scenario, or in terms of personnel and institutional framework?
Given the short time, I'll just focus on what I can give you a short answer to. And let's say if the innovation is on the diaspora bonds, amongst all of the benefits, then you can encourage the diaspora to do something else that's needed in Africa. That is to buy their local currency bonds with their hard currency, with the foreign currency. If you do that, because there's a chronic shortage of hard currency in many of these countries that cause other macroeconomic effects, then yes, the capacity and capability problems arise. One of the ways to do it is, as Mrs. Akan mentioned, you still need institutional partners who come and accompany you. So even in the portfolio of buyers, you can have institutional buyers who within that platform that investors can trade their products, not in a separate secondary market, but that institutional partner would be a buyer of last resort. So instead of going somewhere else, that buyer can soak up anybody who want to exit before time. Additionally, for example, the diaspora investors, when they send money because of the problems of depreciation of local currency, there might be a degree of hedging. But research, including my own work, shows that those who send money to invest are not expecting the capital or the income to be repatriated back because they want to earn local income. So then all you have to do is structures to help that revolving investment. And you also need the institutional partner and the capacity for hedging or underwriting in the instances of people wanting to exit early to get their hard currency.
Well, thank you very much. This is very interesting, how to secure and make these flows more stable, and not only to expand them. Omar, you want to give you like 2 minutes or 1 minute and a half for completing on this, or what do you think? How to accommodate all this innovative alternatives, innovation in this constrained scenario? Since you have both you and Baba Musa have a very in-depth view of what is the lay of the land and their circumstances, which our practitioners are dealing with.
Yeah, thank you. I think Professor Fall has mentioned some of the points that I would like to raise, but there are key points I think need to be repeated here for diaspora bond and also for the green financing that have been talked about. I think there is a key that there are some policies that have been put in place to reassure the investor about the use of the proceeds. For the diaspora, which are not in the country, but want to make sure that the money that will be sent back into the country is actually being used to fund some project. But I think the authority need to make effort just to tie that money to some project that can be shown to those investors, so that it could become a source of stable funding to the government. The second point, which is key to me based on my interaction with the government, it's good to talk about those ESG financing diaspora bonds, but it's still critical to enhance capacity. I have few examples of countries that have issued green bond, and they come back and they say they underestimate the amount of time requirements that they need to put to meet investor demand in terms of reporting requirement. We really did underestimate that, and also the internal coordination that needs to exist between the DMOs and also the PFM side to make sure that the information that they put out to the investor are so reliable and also on time. I think that point needs to be stressed and effort needs to be made on that one. I will stop here.
Baba Musa, what can you chip in?
Yes. Yes, I totally agree with Omar and Professor Fall, but I want to also emphasize that, this innovative finance actually bring non-traditional investors into our market. Not only the diaspora bond, but it provides an attractive new avenue for investors. Definitely, when we build them well, investors such as the pension and insurance funds can always take opportunity. If the instruments are well structured with predictable cash flows, they can always also invest heavily in that. And of course, that can also attract retail investors, especially with the tokenized debt instruments and digital platforms that allow, fractional ownership and lower entry thresholds. Those can really attract a new set of investors into our market. Additionally, also international investors that are more inclined to participate on a global standard in issues like climate bonds and other standard bonds can also, once we enhance our transparency, that can also bring them into the market. But I really want to emphasize that there must be, it is important to point out that policy enablers should be also our key focus. Let's have clear legal framework, good market infrastructure, and some tax incentives. That will really help in attracting these new investments.
Okay, this is very interesting. Let me try to summarize what I've grasped. I think there's very different opinions in terms of, a very diverse number of actions and policies that could be in products that could be unveiled, and there is a lot of some sort of a consensus in some directions. And I will put some opposing views or just to food for thought in some of them. But I think the first one, which is more of a, everybody's on board, is the importance of expanding, or is related to investors base, which the first point is not only to harness the existing investors that are around, but the second one, and making them more active. But the second one is to diversify and to expand the investor base. I think that's key. It's a more of a structural issue that it depends on the macroeconomic scenario, but also in the regulation and the whole infrastructure, existing infrastructure in the market, and the existence of other instruments and players, which it speaks for the whole capital market. And there is tons of assistance and then new things going in that direction. I think that when it comes to development of new instruments in the use of technology, we need to be mindful, in my view, that for the weight that we are putting on non-investors, on debt management offices. I think many of you, have mentioned the reporting requirements, for instance, use of proceeds or SLB bonds, or either they will have a long-lasting effect on DMOs in terms of reporting. But also another point, which tends to be underlooked, it's the management of credit rating agencies, which will open a new chapter, and that's already in a very weak area that we see on the ground. Depends on DMOs have a great challenge to convey the message all the way up. First, connecting with the structure that they have, the ministers of finance or central banks, or the institutional setting that they're embedded, but also the matter of fact in the active credit manager. I think Baba Musa mentioned that. I think it's super interesting. There is a lot of leeway for assistance in that direction, and I will definitely back that up. But it comes at a cost. That's my final point on this. With that, I will thank you very much. I think that we can now open for one or two questions, if we may. So please raise your hands if you have, and I'll glad to distribute this to our panel.
Yes, there are two hands up. I don't know if you can see. Just click on attend up there. Once you click on the participants.
Okay, maybe you can help me. Yeah.
So click on the participants, and then up there, click on attendees. You find two hands.
Yeah, but I see open questions, and are they in order or?
Maybe I can
Okay,
help. We have two hands from Thibaut Oneji.
I can see them.
Sol Kun. Do you want me to join them? You're
Yes,
speaking, right?
please.
Yeah, okay. Shibo?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Chibo Onyeji. I come from the Nigerians in Diaspora organization in Europe, Austria chapter. So I'm talking to you from Austria. My question is whether Africa's domestic debt markets have been used or have served as a platform for future flow securitization of remittances. I'm sure you understand what I'm talking about when I talk of future flow securitization. That is the process by which remittances, a bank or originating bank sets up special purpose vehicle offshore and uses it as a conduit to collect the remittances and then issue instruments, bonds to investors, and investors buy it. And eventually the money comes around and they can use it to do development. But this has been usually done in the international capital markets. So the question is whether it has been done in the African domestic markets, because many of these issues and problems that have been raised so far today can begin to be addressed if that is the case. Well, we know that problems like
I will kindly ask you to get to the question, please.
Yeah, I've asked the question. Has it been?
Who wants to take that in, please? I would like to. Professor?
Yes, I can take that. The short answer is very unlikely. The case study on the use of remittance future flow securitization in Africa is very scarce. There had been some brave attempts, but you're going back over decades, and it was Afrexim Bank that tried it. But this is one area around the 100 billion that is formal sources and another 100 billion informal and in kind remittances that's not used for that. The short answer is not really. Two cases I know of, and they're all both very old.
Okay, do we have other question? The final one? I don't see any hands up.
We have two more hands now, Festus and Timothy. Do you want me to grant them the authorization?
Yes, I think we can do one then.
One, okay.
In the interest of time.
Festus?
Yeah. Good evening once
Festus, please be very brief in conscious of time. Thank you.
Good evening and good afternoon once more. My question is it possible for African countries maybe to increase on maybe is it possible for African countries to raise their growth by 7% annually when read by the Dambisa Moyo in its book, the Age of Chaos? Is it possible for African countries maybe to increase annually in their growth rate by almost 1% by 1% monthly, maybe to meet a target of almost growing by 10% growth rate annually?
I was getting a lot of background noise. I'm not sure I understood.
Okay. Let me repeat again. Dambisa Moyo, in his book, The Age of Chaos, says maybe for African countries to improve on their growth rate by almost 10% annually, they need to be growth rate annually, monthly by 1%. Is it possible for African countries to grow to have that growth rate monthly?
I still couldn't get it. Did anybody in the panel could hear it? If not,
unfortunately, the question was not so clear, and I don't know if the one asking the question can come back.
Yeah.
In the interest of time, could he put it on the chat?
Okay.
Okay.
I think that is the best.
What he asked for was whether African countries can grow by 10%. That's my understanding from what he said. But that's a question of achieving a GDP growth, which is perhaps outside
Yes.
this
Yes.
mandate. But if you want me to answer as an economist, it requires really massive infrastructure investment, industrial expansion, technological expansion, human development, goods and governance policies, and other regional integration, as well as climate-related issues. If you really want to grow at 10% to address that issue. But it's not a domestic debt management issue. It's more of a macroeconomic management issue.
Yes, well, I think it's a very interesting question, but I think it's off the grid at this juncture. So let me just thank you for all of this participation. And I think this is a lot of food for thought as we move forward. This agenda will be very important as we go on. And let me turn this to panel session number 3, and please bear with us. So over to you, Daniel.
Okay, so Cedric, it's your turn. Can you take over and then introduce your panelists? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and welcome to panel 3. It's I think the third session and maybe the more interesting one. Is Dr. Jean-Marc on the call?
Yes, hello,
Yeah, great.
Cedric, nice.
Okay, Johan?
I'm
yeah,
on the
Johan, I see
call.
Johan. Yeah, Mr. Jacob?
Hi, I'm around.
Yeah, they are all
Okay,
connected.
great.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Dr. Oloronzola.
Yeah, I'm here. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Okay, let me start with a quote from James Carville, who was advisor to President Clinton. He said at the time, I used to think that if there was reincarnation, I wanted to come back as the president or the pope or a 400 baseball hitter. But now I would like to come back as the bond market. You can intimidate everybody. It reminds us the power of the bond market. And the economic literatures show that the domestic debt market influence financial development and therefore economic development. For our panel, the focus will be on the following topic: investor education and capacity building for sustainable growth in the domestic debt market. In the interest of time, I will go straight to Mr. Jean-Marc from UNECA, and I will ask a question that is in 2 parts. What are the primary obstacles that discourage investor participation in domestic debt market in Africa? And in what ways can targeted educational initiative bridge these gaps? This is the first part of the question. And the second part is how can regulators, financial institutions, and policymakers work together to improve financial literacy and build capacity for both retail and institutional investors? Over to you, Jean-Marc.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Meng. Thank you for inviting us. It's really my pleasure to attend this event. So on your question, among the obstacles, I think there is that high risk perception about Africa, which is reflected by the non-investment grade credit ratings that Africa sovereigns have. And as we are aware of, many corporations are not rated in Africa. So the high perception, risk perception, stemming from high or very low sovereign credit ratings, not only impacts on the capacity of African sovereigns to borrow from international markets, but it also conveys to Africans that message that investing in Africa is too risky. And here I want to shed light on the work of ECA, the Economic Commission for Africa, alongside with Africa Peer Review Mechanism, UNDP and other partners such as Africa Catalyst to train Africa policymakers to the importance of having a sound sovereign credit rating. We believe that these high risk perceptions indeed rest on fundamentals, as Mr. Johansen shed light earlier, inflation, currency devaluation, political instability, and also government default. But there is also a risk that is due to probably not a sound assessment of Africa credit worthiness. So today, methodologies by international credit rating agencies like Moody's, Fitch, and S&P are called upon question because they are short-sighted. They look at the risk of default without capturing really Africa economic fundamentals and potential. That's why several African institutions are pioneering the establishment of the AFCRA, Africa Credit Rating Agency, that will come with a methodology we believe different from those institutions in order to reveal Africa's real potential. But as I said, there is a caution here. As we train those experts, we also shed light on the importance of strengthening the fundamentals. So second one, there is also an issue around lack of financial literacy. Are really African potential investors aware of debt instruments, such as bonds and treasury bill? And there is also a misconception about investing in those instruments. Most of African people certainly think that this is the preserve of wealthy institutions, whereas there is a real potential to capture the benefit of the law of large numbers. This has been operating in Ethiopia, for instance, for building the Renaissance Dam, whereas special purpose vehicles were established to capture the savings of ordinary people, ordinary citizens, which may not have a lot of resources, but when you pool small resources together, you can come with a significant and critical amount to fund a large project. On this aspect, I'll stop also on the limited market infrastructures, inefficient trading platforms, etc., that need to be strengthened in order to leverage the potential of small African investors, including as well institutional investors. I think other panelists alluded to that earlier. So now, regarding educational initiatives that can be put into place, I will think of incorporating in school curricula financial education. It's very important to bring awareness that even the ordinary citizens of Africa can make a difference if they are pulled together to fund major projects. In the case of the DRC, for instance, we were conducting a workshop where bankers told us that there are billions of dollars that are sleeping in the financial sector, but because of the lack of financial products, they cannot leverage that kind of money. So there is room for that to incorporate in a school curricula, but also to conduct education campaigns to really harness the potential of savings in Africa. The last part of your question had to do with, I think, policies. I think one important thing that is dear to my heart is really to leverage thematic bonds. Some of the previous panelists alluded to the green bonds, blue bonds, etc. But there is room also to set up specific products such as special purpose vehicle to finance structuring a project. Currently, the Economic Commission for Africa is supporting the battery and electric vehicle initiative in the DRC and Zambia. The idea being that the African countries should not be at the low end of the value chain, just exporting the endowments, specifically here, the critical minerals, but they should also move up the ladder of the value chain by transforming themselves, this kind of project. So there is room to bring together policymakers to devise, to support the financial system to devise those kind of projects, whereas they can pull together contribution of ordinary people to the transformation of Africa. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to speak about the project you mentioned, I think the heavy battery projects that was showcased during the African Investment Forum boardroom meetings that the bank and Afreximbank are also supporting the same project, and is a critical project for the entire continent. Let me go to Mr. Jacob. My question will be really specific to your experience in MEFME. What specific policy intervention and regulatory framework are necessary to boost investor education and encourage long-term capital retention within domestic debt market?
Thank you very much. I also joined the previous speakers in thanking FDB for inviting us to participate in this important forum and for this opportunity to share the experiences in our member countries in the Eastern and Southern Africa. Specific to the question, I think some of the pointers to your question have been touched on. The issue of enhancing investor education and financial literacy is key. And in this regard, maybe the additional point to make is that in most of the jurisdiction, we noticed that there's lack of financial advisors. I think this is an aspect that needs to be enhanced, and the appropriate institution that license these players needs to take this on board to ensure that there's no exploitation and the information is readily available. Of course, central banks and ministries of finance are trying to bridge that gap, but I think there's a space for private players to come in this space to enhance retail participation in particular. I think the other issue also that was touched on has to do with ensuring that there's a strengthening of the market infrastructure. I think many of the countries in the region are working on this. And I think has been mentioned that increasingly most of our member countries are looking to domestic markets for sustainable financing, given the dwindling external resources to support the budget. So strengthening market infrastructure is key, but in addition, it's to leverage also on technology. I think we've seen some success stories in East Africa, M-Pesa leveraging on technology to scale up and widen the outreach. I think we've seen countries like Zambia also going in that direction, and it's improving the uptake and the reach out to the retail investors. There are also other additional issues regarding developing market infrastructure, issues of policies that support improving secondary market liquidity, I think are key. Developing debt instruments and so on, I think, as well as facilitating trading are key in that regard to support the long-term capital retention in domestic debt markets. I think there's also issues of data transparency. I think there has to be equity and transparency in how the conduct of the market for those who regulate and those who issue is supposed to come through. That would give confidence to players, to the new investors that want to capture through this investor education and so on, as we try to diversify the investors in the domestic debt markets. On the regulatory front, obviously, the issue of investor protection is quite important to give some peace of mind to our new investors. Usually, these are not very sophisticated investors that we are looking at, because we wouldn't be talking about education for institutional investors and so on. Of course, they need some information, but really, this we should be focusing on this new market that we want to reach out, largely the retail sector in the market. They would also be looking out for fair treatment of investors despite their smallness. They would also want to participate, knowing that they are treated equally despite their small participation in terms of volumes on the market. And obviously, putting in place domestic debt management policies is crucial for everybody to appreciate what is government stance as far as the domestic debt markets are concerned. Being clear on what is government trying to do as far as borrowing in the domestic market is concerned. There's obviously also a push towards coordination. There are many regulatory institutions in some of our member countries, but I think coordination is something that is being placed highly in the policy dialogue around making domestic markets work. So regulatory coordination, the agencies that are involved to ensure that there are no regulatory gaps and that there's a cohesive regulatory environment for the comfort of the investor. And also, in addition to that, is ensuring that the enforcement mechanisms are in place to ensure that compliance of the regulations and addressing violations is taken on board, just to ensure that the playing field is level and there's clear understanding, and for those who invest, that they can understand the risks and so on associated with the market they're trying to come. Last but not least, let me just speak to some of the enablers for this, for the questions you raised. I think all this can only happen successfully if there's stability in the macroeconomic environment and that all the economic fundamentals are appropriate and they are giving confidence. Specifically, I think it was touched on in the first session, issues of ensuring that there's low inflation, sustainable fiscal policies and so on, because these are key in ensuring that there's investor confidence in the market. So the macroeconomic environment is key to any boosting of investor confidence. Sound financial systems, ensuring that the supportive financial systems to the development of domestic debt markets cannot be overemphasized. Also, there has to be growth. I think the confidence in the future and investing in long-term securities largely is founded on the trust that there's growth and that the economic trajectory is supported. But also, last but not least, is really this key issue of the rule of law. I think there has to be a sense, I think it was touched on by Nicole, around the issues of protection of property rights. There has to be a stable, predictable investment environment for all these efforts to come together and make the domestic debt markets work for Africa. So let me leave it at that for now, but thank you for the opportunity to share a few pointers.
Yeah, we come back to you with a follow-up question later on a specific case in one of the MEFMI country that you may choose to just share with us one concrete example of what you have been able to do there. Dr. Olorunshola, let me come to you. How significant do transparency and access to market information hold in boosting investor confidence and promoting sustainable growth in the debt market? The second part of my question is, how can digital innovation and fintech solution enhance investor education and facilitate access to domestic debt instrument?
Thank you very much, Cedric. And I want to join my other colleagues to thank the AFDB team for inviting us for this policy dialogue. Yeah, specifically to your question, the significance of transparency and market information in debt market, we need to address this from about 6 perspectives. One of the aspects is investor confidence. I must say that so many of the eminent speakers today, they've talked about investor confidence, transparency, transparency, transparency. It is important to build trust by reducing information asymmetry. Everyone has the same information and clear picture. So if there's no ambiguity, yeah, you have the confidence to go invest in the market. And this will help in building the confidence and lead to better investment decision. And I must say that robust policy reform will boost investor confidence. If there's good policy reform in place, investor has nothing to fear. So this will help to boost their confidence by having maybe even the tax structure we have in the countries quite robust and transparent. And there's what we call the regulatory framework, robust one that is the investor can see, then that will enhance investor confidence. The other aspect I would like to talk on is on risk assessment. This one has to do with the timely and accurate as well as comprehensive information. If the data are very timely, they're accurate, and they are transparent. Like example, if you look at pricing, you look at yield, credit rating, and micro economic indicators, investors need all this information to take policy decisions. So this helps them to assess the risk as well as returns that will help them make an informed decision. Because if you cannot assess the risk in the market clearly, and you cannot assess the return, it will be practically impossible for investors to go to that market. And another aspect I would like to talk on is in terms of price discovery. There's need for transparent market support. That's for in form of fair pricing of debt instruments, thus increasing market efficiency, especially for retail and foreign investors. It will also strengthen accountabilities and governance, which are crucial for sustaining long-term investor trust and market integrity. Cedric, I need to mention the issue of market participation too. There's what we call the greater access to information. If the investor have greater access to information, this will attract a broader base of investors, both the institutional as well as the retail investors. Then we need to also look at the sustainable growth. Well-informed investors support long-term investment strategy, because if they are well-informed, they will be open to all the strategy, and they want to support all the investment strategy that will foster stability and sustainability in the debt market. I need to mention this, that both the public and private collaborations are also key when we talk about transparency. The public and the private has to be transparent in terms of let's look at the issue of credit rating agency. They need this information, investors need this information to take policy decisions. Let's look at the investment bank and institutional investors to develop the best practices for market transparency. These are key. And one other area that needs to be mentioned is an area of capacity building. I need to mention this, that when we are looking at the issue of investor education and capacity building for sustainable growth as far as the domestic debt market is concerned, I must give this to AFDB and UNECA. From 2021 to early 2025, when I was the Director General of WAMI, we worked closely with African Development Bank, and I must say that they help us to get specialists for debt markets, what we call the debt market specialists. This was hired, and we look at Nigeria and as well as Ghana. These two countries are far ahead the other country in terms of capital market as well as domestic debt market development. And we were able to get funds to hire what we call the debt market specialists. We were able to upgrade the IT infrastructures of precisely the Gambia, Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, as well as we were able to what we call the training of investors awareness. And this cut across the banks, the insurance, as well as pensions, administrators, and all the other relevant stakeholders. Then to the second part of your question, Derek, Cedric, sorry, I'm missing your name.
Yes, okay.
That's on the role. Yeah, thank you, Cedric. The second part of your question, the role of digital innovation and fintech. I must say, investors' education, this is very key. Digital platform, nowadays we have e-learning, we have app and social media. And with this, information can go far to the villages, to any part of the world. And this will help to deepen the financial market. And they will get more information about the instrument. And it will also boost the financial literacy level. If you look at financial development and inclusion, particularly in the rural area, the underserved population with these social media, with app and e-learning, they are brought to the platform now. And another one I need to mention is access to market access. When we look at fintech solution, like mobile app, digital wallet, and robo advisor, let me look at these three. We nowadays let's take the case of Nigeria, maybe and Ghana, for instance. Nigeria now, they have a digital wallet like OPay, they have PalmPay, they have Paga, and so many money points, just to mention few. These are widely used fintech application in Nigeria, particularly, as well as Ghana, and even in Sierra Leone, just to mention a few. The customer, you can make a payment now. You do your transfer, you purchase your airtime, and make bill payment. And this has gone far now. So it really helps even in the area of domestic debt now. Another area I need to mention quickly because of our time is let's look at the robo-advisor. This is an automated digital platform that provides financial planning and investment management services with little to no human intervention. The system is there. You have the algorithm built in the system that I can put in my phone. And with that, it will help me to automatically build and manage my portfolio, as well as exchange traded fund. Then rebalancing, this is another area that robo-advisor is also very useful. Like in platform, it helps in platform monitor and adjust your portfolio regularly to stay aligned with your goal. And in terms of accessibility, with my mobile phone, I can sit at the comfort of my room or my office or wherever I sit and be able to monitor the indicators and take investment decisions. So this also helps what we call the beginners and retail investors when it comes to domestic debt. And the key benefit, one is in terms of low fees. When you compare with the traditional advisor, it's quite low. And time saving, because it's automated, it helps in the time taken is just too short. And it's user-friendly. The interface are user-friendly. They are fascinating interface that you can move from one menu to the other and be able to do whatever operation you want to perform. And in terms of accessibility too, it has what we call the wider accessibility for all the relevant stakeholders. And I need to mention in terms of cost efficiency, technology reduces transaction and distribution costs. There's no doubt about this. With your technology, you can make transaction and do whatever distribution that has to be done within a twinkle of an eye, and thereby making investment more affordable and accessible. The final one, the last but one point I need to mention is in terms of the real-time update. The digital tools, when you come to fintech now, provide up-to-date information on prices, when it comes to the debt market, on yields, as well as market development, thereby enhancing investor decisions making. Because if you can look at this information on real-time basis, it will boost the transparency in that sector and inclusivity. Fintech.
Okay, I will ask you to go to the close, and I will move to
Okay.
Johan. Yeah, you still have 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Cedric. In terms of if you look at fintech now, because of the advancement in that area, it helps to in area of financial services to what we call unbanked and remote population. The people in the villages in those days, you have the banking sector, the other aspect of the financial sector, they are the one having access to it. But with these fintech tools now, and as well as the software being developed, the underbanked and the remote people are included, and this will boost participation in domestic debt market. So once again, I need to use this platform to thank African Development Bank for helping my institute, as well as UNECA. UNECA also, we were able to get UNECA, and last year they also helped us to train investors in area of debt market in the 4 countries of Gambia, Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone. So thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to Johan. We will learn from you, not only from South Africa experience, also your experience in Cabri, where you were able to do some reform and training for West, Central, East, and Southern Africa. The question is as follows: which best practice from emerging and developed market can be adapted to strengthen investor engagement and capacity in domestic debt market in Africa? The second part is as follows: how can government and central banks strike a balance between safeguarding investor and promoting market liberalization to support the sustainable development of domestic debt market? Over to you, Johan.
Okay, thank you very much, Cedric. Appreciate those questions. I'm going to be very practical, and I'm going to talk from a debt management perspective, because what I hear so far it's a lot of things that's come up, and it's all over the place, and it's not constructive, and you never know where to start. So one of the most important things of a debt manager's role is that to develop debt markets. Debt market development is the domestic debt market is your market. It's the biggest. You are the biggest issuer in that market. So nobody else can help you to develop that market as yourself. So one of the responsibility of developing a debt market is the debt manager. He should sort of drive debt market development in your country. He's the only one that can bring all the role players together, and then what's best for the country to develop that and put that in some sort of structural development. Secondly, why are we want to develop the bond market? The thing is that the domestic market is the single biggest source of funding for government. So if you look at the total borrowing requirement, it's huge. And the only sort of pool of funding available is your local debt currency market. That is where you can sort of can tap frequently, because government's cash requirements is as such that it doesn't need money every 6 months or 3 months. It needs every second week or every month. It needs cash. So the debt market is the only environment of the only sort of market that provide that sort of access to funds for the government. So it's ideally, if you structure then the debt market, it's where you can manage your manage your cash flow. I mean, you can bring in then all other sort of funding along over the financial year or over the fiscal year, where you might top up what you and funds that you need. I'm referring now to international borrowing as such. So for the debt market, there's some requisites and from a debt market perspective. If you want to develop your market and if you want to develop demand for your market, there's one thing that sells, and that is a strong, capable public debt office with a well-developed regulatory and institutional framework. We spoke about that. Sound macroeconomic policies, we spoke about that. Transparent practices and processes, spoke about that. Adequate controls, sharing of information, and regular audits. So that is essential for nobody will invest in an entity that they don't trust, that there's not enough credibility. Secondly, it starts with the budget. You need credible budget. Whatever the budget that you approve should be the budget that you spend. Nobody wants to hear from the budget that there's now all sorts of changes and the borrowing requirement is increasing, etc. So creditable budget are very important in terms of, because I mean, you will be surprised how the focus on the budget from an investor's perspective. So from the budget, then you derive your borrowing requirement and your annual borrowing plan. So investors want to know, okay, how is government going to fund going forward? And then, I mean, and that is what credible budgets, strong, capable debt officers, that is what will eventually attract investors. Secondly, develop benchmark bonds. So we hear vanilla bonds. I mean, a bond is a bond is a bond. You need tradable bonds. You need bonds that can price. I mean, we hear all sorts of type of bonds, and at the end of the day, first develop a bond, a vanilla bond for over the yield curve. So not many countries can issue longer than 5 years. Why is that? Because investors doesn't have appetite, or they don't see the risk or there's too much risk in terms of investing or giving government money for longer term. But it's important that you keep on building that yield curve in terms of the 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, and 20-year period. How can you do that? In South Africa, we had many bonds all over the yield curve. We consolidated into benchmark bonds. We communicate that to investors, and we tell them that we're going to issue regularly in those type of bonds. In terms of market development, and now I spoke about the prerequisites. I spoke about why we want to invest why is the government bond market so important. Then, in terms of market development, it starts with the primary issuances, the auction system, the issuance calendar. Who's going to and then who's going to buy those bonds at the end of the day at the primary auction? So will you then decide on primary dealers, or will you decide on central banks making the market to build the market? So we have very interesting, even in South Africa, we have a case where the central bank actually took over the functionality of making markets. Even in Cambodia, they have started to develop now market. And once the central bank quote two-way prices in terms of initiating, encouraging participation in the market. Once you have that, you can then move over to a primary dealer system. And then communication, we spoke coordination. Jacob mentioned that in his contribution. Yeah, so once you have those platforms and you know who's making the markets, it then becomes okay, what sort of, then the price becomes very important. What will affect the price? The market doesn't like noises, bad policies, irregularities, destructive behaviors. So where does normally these behaviors come from? Bad behaviors from our politicians. And one needs to first, if you want to do investor communication, you need to inform or educate politicians in terms of, I mean, we have a situation in South Africa where one of the politicians say, oh, if the rand goes up, we will bring him down. So, I mean, if politicians have that sort of understanding of local markets, then really they need to be so they need to be educated.
Yeah, Johan.
Yeah.
You have 30 seconds because
okay.
I'm sure that the audience will have more question on this mechanic. Yeah, please.
Okay. So all I'm saying here is that market doesn't have wants bad behavior, bad policies, bad things. It will affect prices. At the end of the day, they want to know, where can I buy these bonds? So your market accessibility, where can I, at what rate are these bonds traded? So that becomes then very important. And what is the platform that we use? So we can talk a lot about these things. Time is not on our side, but let's stop there for now.
Thank you so much, all, and thank you for all this insight on the bond market. As Johan just said, bond is a bond is a bond. You know, we discussed all this thing many years ago. I will open the floor for questions. We start with a round of maybe 3 questions, and if we don't have questions, there is a follow-up on Emakiba. This will be for Mr. Oloron Soloa or maybe Jacob to mention about the Emakiba in Kenya, the experience there. And let's give the chance for people to ask questions first. And I know that Yuan will be also able to speak about the central bank contribution. UNECA, I'm sure that there is a new plan of training. This is also something that you can share with our audience. I'm opening the floor for question. I don't see any hands.
So then maybe you can give them just a last bit of maybe 1 minute to each, so that to run up.
Okay. 1 minute each, and you will be able to add some input on any questions that you may want. But I hope that someone will capture on Emakiba and on the central bank roles, and also on the plan for intervention on training the market on capital market development, debt market development. Thank you. Let's start with Mr. Jacob. Over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator. So the model that you highlight, particularly which took place in Kenya successfully, was basically a program to try to break down the bond auction into smaller bits that could be picked up or could be bought by small and sophisticated investors, mostly retail investors, are using mobile platforms and ready markets. They could go in, buy, and the pricing model was simplified so that they would not be buying to maturity the security. So it was successful in that regard, that it gave confidence to the retail investors that they could actually also be part of the bondholders in the market, and it grew substantially in terms of volume. So the success of that was that firstly, the retail investors were able to understand what is a bond through the interventions that were made as far as financial literacy that were made. And then also utilizing technology to have a wider outreach, and also simplifying the processes and the information was key in ensuring that even the non-sophisticated investors were able to have a stake in the government bond market. Of course, that is with the view that those who then understand the frameworks and understand the processes could be able to graduate and go now into the formal domestic debt market to bid even bigger volume. So it helped to that extent that there was a space and the platform that the retail investors could participate in the market. So the success of that was in terms of its wide reach, in terms of investors, and even the volume. But underlying that is obviously the issue that with the investor education, financial literacy, and so on, there also has to be an accompanying program, auction program, where you designate part of the issuance to the retail, because at some point they are not competitive bidders, so they are price takers, and there has to be a framework that takes that into account for purposes of also getting them oriented into how the bond markets work and pricing and so on. Obviously, there was a limit in terms of the maximum they could get out of that non-competitive portion of the auctions. But I think the process, by and large, was successful in the sense of the uptake and the pickup from the small amounts that were allocated. It grew, but it was a lot of small auction bidders holding a small component, but in total the volume was quite high. And we understand that by reach, in terms of geographic, it covered the wide, breadth of Kenya. And this model is getting replicated, I think, around the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great experience. Mr. Jean-Marc, over to you.
Yeah, merci beaucoup, Cédric. So I will explain myself in French also to level a little bit the playing field. Nous avons parlé donc des actions que peuvent mener les pouvoirs publics et les institutions financières pour justement renforcer l'éducation et les capacités. Alors, un rôle qui est important, qui a été souligné par les différents panélistes, c'est celui de l'innovation financière. Dans le contexte africain, pour développer les marchés des titres bond, il serait impérieux justement de mettre sur pied des instruments, des produits financiers qui sont simples. Parce qu'on s'adresse bien également à une population qui a non seulement une littératie financière parfois limitée, mais aussi la littératie d'une manière générale. Donc, il faut des produits simples, probablement dans des langues locales que les gens peuvent comprendre. Et également, je crois qu'il y a une grande opportunité, compte tenu du déficit infrastructurel des pays africains, donc d'avoir des produits qui financent les infrastructures et expliquer aux gens en quoi leur contribution modeste puisse-t-il être, peut contribuer justement à bâtir de grandes infrastructures en mutualisant avec d'autres citoyens. Ça serait éminemment important. Évidemment, ouvrir aussi l'opportunité à des investissements cross-border, donc au-delà des frontières, dans le contexte aujourd'hui de la ZLECAf, la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine. Donc, il faudrait penser non seulement à une intégration des biens et des services traditionnels et des personnes, mais également au niveau financier. Permettre aux investisseurs, par exemple d'Afrique du Sud, du Nigeria, de tirer le plein parti des initiatives dans d'autres pays d'Afrique centrale, par exemple. Je peux penser ici au Gabon cher à Cédric, ou en RDC dans le contexte donc de ce projet de batterie qui se veut un projet novateur, transformationnel, qui permettrait justement à nos économies de sortir des économies de matières premières qui n'ont pas garanti à ce jour la prospérité collective et le développement pour penser véritablement à être une économie d'avenir, de futur et qui répondent également aux exigences aujourd'hui de mitiger l'empreinte écologique. Un mot sur les investisseurs institutionnels. Je pense que le professeur Olo Professeur en a parlé. Comment mobiliser aujourd'hui les investisseurs institutionnels? Par le passé, si on regarde un peu l'histoire économique de l'Afrique, ces investisseurs institutionnels tels que les fonds de pension ou les compagnies d'assurance, qui étaient à l'époque publiques, ont servi parfois d'instruments de répression financière, de financial repression, où les ressources ont financé les déficits. Mais aujourd'hui, il faudrait faire également une éducation financière, leur montrer qu'ils peuvent jouer un rôle très important aux côtés d'institutions africaines telles que la Banque africaine de développement, Afreximbank, pour justement financer des projets structurants, des projets infrastructurels pour réduire le gap important. Donc, nous avons été heureux de nous associer avec l'organisme WAMI, dirigé par Dr Olo Professo à l'époque, justement, pour sensibiliser. Donc, nous faisons un travail de sensibilisation. Nous avons appuyé, par exemple, l'Ouganda pour développer des local currency bond markets. L'important justement d'avoir des titres dénominés en monnaie nationale sont évidents. Ça permet justement de réduire le risque de change. Mais évidemment, les investisseurs ne sont pas naïfs, se disant que le souverain, ici on parle ici des titres publics, ayant le monopole du seigneurage, pourrait justement contribuer à émietter leur épargne. Donc, ceci on appelle justement la nécessité de réforme, la nécessité d'une gestion publique rigoureuse pour permettre justement de maintenir la richesse des épargnants africains. Je m'arrêterai là.
Merci.
Merci.
Merci, super. Johan, over to you. 1 minute for you, Johan. Only 1 minute.
Oh, is it me?
No, Johan.
Okay.
On the central bank.
Yeah, central bank and your final words.
Okay, so I mean, in Africa, you find that the functions of the central bank and the Ministry of Finance are very interactive, or sometimes the front office is run by the central bank, the debt office functionalities are scattered. You have DMOs, you have in the Ministry of Finance. So ideally, you would like to have a single debt office that can sort of oversee the development of the debt capital market. But if you, I mean, there's not one size fits all. If that is your current situation, you need very good sort of coordination in terms of what is it that you want to achieve, both from a central bank perspective as well as from the Ministry of Finance perspective. So the central bank is the bank's banker, plays a very important role. The central bank oversees market stability. So all of that needs to be well coordinated and well communicated between the entities. Central banks play a very important role in terms of market development. But one thing that I just want to end off is that you find often when these functionalities are all over the place, you find that people are starting to build empires, and it's very difficult to move those functions from one to another and have a single debt office at the end of it. So that is where change management becomes very important. And so that at the end of the day, you need split fiscal from monetary policies, and you don't need that sort of crossing the lines. It's just confusing. When are you coming from for monetary purposes? When are you tapping the market for funding purposes? It becomes very confusing when the roles are intertwined. So yeah, from my perspective, is that very good cooperation, coordination, and one needs to sort of ideally move to one single debt office. It will work much better.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, Dr. Olorosola, your final words. 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I must say that in order for us to deepen domestic debt market in Africa, all the stakeholders, we need to work together. there is a need for what we call awareness and sensitization of all the relevant stakeholders. The fiscal authority, the debt market, the DMO, and the monetary, as well as other relevant stakeholders, security exchange commissions, etc., have to work together to be able to create that awareness. There are a lot of gaps in Africa. And to fill this gap, we need to look for experts. It could be seminar dialogue like this. Let's look at area where member country can benefit from one another. This is very key. And I need to mention the area of IT infrastructure. There are a lot of advancement in IT now, and this can really help to promote domestic debt. When they get this infrastructure, some of the domestic debt market operators or other stakeholders are not fully on top of how to use this IT infrastructure. So we need to get experts too, that we also train these experts at the country level. And I need to mention seminar, workshops on various instruments. We shouldn't overlook all these things, and this will help to boost domestic debt and help to increase investors' awareness and also boost capacity development in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This brings this session to a close. With this shift in geoeconomic shift that we have, our countries will need to strengthen more and more our debt market. Your role is really key to provide solution to the continent. And thank you all. And well done, all of you. Thank you. Daniel, over to you.
Thank you so much, Cedric. Thank you all panelists from the first panel to just the third panel. Thank you so much for availing yourself for this particular policy dialogue. And we'll count on you again if anytime we think there's something that we need to reach out to you. So we want to just appreciate everything that the effort you put into getting us this far. So because of time, our time is fast spent. We will not, you can see from the chat box that the evaluation has been posted. Try clicking on it just to give us a feedback on today's program. Because of time, I would just want to see if our Director Macroeconomic, Dr. Simpasa, if is around, to just give us a closing remarks so that we can exit from this end.
Daniel, I thought there were discussants, 2 discussants. Have they come in already?
Sorry?
There were the 2 discussants.
Sorry, Nama. Yes, I'm sorry. There's the 2 discussants. Let me just quickly give them some few minutes to.
Yes, please.
Yes. Otherwise, so we have 2 discussants just to put all the discussions that we have had into perspective. The first one is our own Madam Patience Oniha, and the Director General of the Nigerian Debt Management Office. She will just, and then the second person is our Mrs. Alilali Nulifil, who is also the head Sustainable Debt Programs at Cadbury. So I'll first yield the floor to Madam Patience Oniha. You have, okay, let me give you 5 minutes to do, because you have enough set to do. Okay, so go ahead.
No worries, I'll just rush through. Thank you very much. Even though I have only 5 minutes, let me quickly say this has been extremely useful. I've listened through it, and I'd like to thank the African Development Bank and all the parties who came to contribute here. This was high level and very deep. So extremely good, and we should have more of it. So let me just probably summarize some of the things that I think have been said that are extremely useful, and then we'll just zoom in on one section that I think we can also take away from here. So I'll start by repeating the obvious, that a domestic debt market is absolutely useful. It's good to have equity, an equities market and money market like we had many years back, but you need a debt market. It's a source of funding for government, obviously, and we are lucky we have tenors up to 30 years. But I thought I should add something. I heard somebody say you can raise funds for development financing. This is all commercial funding, so there's no concession, but it helps that we can raise 30 years and that on the back of that, parties engaged in PPIs, have a sovereign benchmark to raise that sort of money as well. So it is commercial, not concessional, but good for funding. And I think it's important to say that it's good, again, because the international capital markets can be closed. And I just thought I should use this moment to say with what is happening across the globe following the issues around tariffs, I think we are in for another 2020, 2021, 2022, where markets are closed because we are the first to be hit. Once there's uncertainty in the market, the African countries and similar countries are the first to be hit. So this is the time to talk more about the market. Going to the requirements, I just want to list some of what I think I heard that are absolutely useful. You must have regulations for all products. And one of the things that happen with markets is that sometimes the operators will run ahead of the regulation or regulator. So something is already running and then the regulators try to catch up. We need regulations. We need market infrastructure, okay? So that has to be complete. The market architecture has to be there. In our own case, as most of you know, we have like 3 exchanges, but for the bonds, the debt market, there's the good old faithful NGX, and then there's FMDQ. The point I'm making here is really, the FMDQ was built out of the development of the domestic bond market, and it is dedicated solely to bonds and foreign exchange, as well as treasury bills. So any investor anywhere can go there, get price. There's price discovery, there's information. You know what treasury bills are outstanding, what broken down. So you need all of those to keep local investors as well as foreign investors. We have custodians, we have registrars, is absolutely complete, and we have the central bank as the fiscal agent. So you must have a complete market infrastructure to grow and deepen your domestic market. Absolutely useful. I agree that you need transparency. If there's no transparency, people would not come. So to bring it a bit home, if we're talking as DMOs or public debt managers that are responsible for public borrowing, is the reason why you publish your debt data. Is the reason why you have a quarterly calendar, a monthly offer circular, you publish your results, so that people know that from wherever they are, they have the information, they can subscribe, they don't need to start making calls and all of that. It is part of transparency, and that your debt is fully recorded. You absolutely need market liquidity. So when we started, we didn't have really a secondary market. We created primary dealer market makers. It helped, but not fully. So it was a process. Let me quickly add that. It was a process to get to market liquidity. And that's what also brought, an FMDQ on board. You need to have a market where there's always a willing buyer and willing seller. There's a two-way quote. You need that, but it does take time. So we went from telephone, to electronic, which is what FMDQ exchange, Securities Exchange, does for us. That runs on Bloomberg. The other thing you absolutely need is technology. So even for our auctions, they are now also done using technology, both for treasury bills and for the bonds. And we're looking at, for the other products we have, we are working on a portal where investors, particularly the retail investors who may not have access to Bloomberg, can subscribe. So technology is important. I hear the issues around blockchain, but sometimes you realize that you have to start from one, test it, and then move on. One of the points I heard made over and over again is, the issue around investors. The reality across the world is that debt markets are largely for institutions. So you would have retail players, but whenever you look at the total, the share that the retail investor is contributing is not so significant. So we need them. We need to mobilize those savings. It's part of mobilizing national savings. But I find that that share is small. And why is that the case? Maybe we put the minimum amounts a bit high, but they really don't understand the thing about reopening. They have to buy at the premium or buy at a discount. They don't understand it, just as they made losses from the equities market when we had the subprime credit. So what we did, just for the sake of sharing, was to introduce a retail bond for those category of investors where they buy it at face value and they get paid at face value. They get their interest quarterly as opposed to half yearly. So I think we're talking about innovation and all of that. So we looked at that investor group. What can they understand? What can they, what can they live with? They need their interest quarterly as opposed to, half yearly. So you need to get there. Not everybody, is on the same page as far as instruments are concerned. So for us, the bonds themselves, which is a flagship product, and the treasury bills are largely institutional. So on new products, I'd like to say that it is extremely important to have new products. Dr. Baba Musa talked about Sukuk. We're about to issue our 7th Sukuk now. We've also issued green bonds, but I'll just put some caution there. As debt managers, we will get several proposals unsolicited. This product is good for you, this product is good for you. You have to read between the lines. And then when you're issuing a new product, you have to be clear why you are issuing it. So the Sukuk is to capture an investor base. The green bond, again, is to capture an investor base, those ethical investors, and if I may call them green investors. So you have to understand why you are doing it. But let me add again that those are also priced at market, even the ones that are issued offshore by foreign countries. So they are not cheap, but they help with your debt sustainability. You have many investors, you have many products, you have several tenors. So largely, if you allow me, I think I'd like to dwell a bit on the stakeholder engagements. The stakeholder group is actually large. I heard us talk about SEC and central bank. But you need to engage all of these regulators. So with the central bank, for instance, we have a good partnership. They're a fiscal agent, but really they're the ones who give the liquid asset status for FGN securities. So that relationship is important for market purposes and making the instrument attractive. The second thing, they're the ones who regulate the banks. So if they, put out a regulation that limits what the banks can invest in those securities, we have a challenge. I would do say the same for the pension commission. We have a fairly robust pension sector. We also engage with them because they are the ones who issue the investment guidelines for the pension fund operators. And that's the target for our bonds that we issue tenors of 10 to 30 years. So what I'm saying, each one of them brings a different thing to the table, and you sort of have to put all of them together. With the Securities and Exchange Commission, for instance, and the Nigerian Exchange at that time, we got them, so listing was not a problem, and really the sovereign can issue without getting an approval from, the law allows us to issue without going to the Securities and Exchange Commission. But we collaborate with them as partners, and we got them to reduce their fees when we were trying to develop the market. Those fees cost, they charge per transaction, percentage, and all of that. We got them to reduce their fees. So that's part of stakeholder engagement. You have to bring them to the table to understand why this is good for us now. And in 5 or 10 years' time, we are all happy when the market is big and we can reintroduce our fees. I think I heard Baba Musa talk about tax as well. We also got tax incentives for 10 years, tax exemptions for 10 years on incomes, not from principal, on incomes. That just expired in 2011. So if we didn't engage with the tax authorities, that would not happen. So I'm saying, I think we should, while we're talking to investors, we should be talking to their regulators, as well as other parties that are extremely important overall to make us successful. I think I will stop here. That will be my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, madam. I think they are so great. And I think it captures a lot more. That's the wealth of experience that you have in in that field. And I know, I've known you for many years, and I know that Nigeria actually have very, very solid hands when it comes to debt management. So I'll give 5 minutes to madam. I saw her connected, but I don't know whether she's...
Yeah, I am connected.
You are
Can you
here.
see
Okay,
me?
okay, so you can proceed.
Okay, thank you again so much for affording us an opportunity to participate in this platform. And I will just reiterate what has been mentioned about transparency. that transparency not only does it promote governance, it also promotes accountability. And building investor confidence can also be done in several ways. But as Johan has mentioned, as debt managers, we should always be willing to keep our doors open to allow these investors to come in and ask us questions so that we can have answers for them so that they're able to invest. And with that being said, what we've noticed is when investors will want to come, you find that senior officials are not available to meet these investors. As debt managers, we should make sure that even senior managers are available to meet these investors. Another thing that I wanted to mention, they mentioned about the development of domestic capital markets that can only be achieved also with the secondary market activity hub, the stock exchanges, like Ms. Oniha has mentioned. What I also like about the stock exchanges, it also in a way protects investors because of their ongoing disclosure requirements that investors may want to know and make informed decision when they invest in a debt. They also assist in secondary market building for yield curve development. And one of the speakers did mention that with the yield curve being developed, it also assists with entities outside the government to be able to price off that yield curve to be able to make benchmark. And then that also assists them in diversifying their funding requirements. And also the Sukuk, like Ms. Lihaya said, we also in South Africa did issue a Sukuk in 2023. And as Cabri, we are open to assist in peer learning if the countries are interested in also tapping into that market, because there is a pool of investors that are available for funding the Sukuk. One of the things that was not mentioned at all, we were talking about borrowing, but we didn't touch on the issue of default risk, which is very important because investors would also want to know also that they are protected in case of default. So liability management exercises, this is something that we as debt managers can start embarking on so that we can sort of avoid the risk of default. And also there are, even if it's an external debt, we should, when we do tap into the international markets, we should ensure that at least the collective action clauses are part of the contract so that way investors will have some easiness in investing, knowing that they're not gonna be litigations and holdouts in terms of debt restructuring. I would like to say this platform like these are very, very important in that we share information, and we also as Cabri, we will also like to reinforce whatever it is that was communicated here, and we keep our doors open to assist everyone who needs assistance, especially also on debt management issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for just doing it. I'm so grateful for the time. First, I would like to thank all of you participants and discussants and panelists for staying throughout to this time. I want to yield the floor to our director and forecasting department. I don't know if it's connected to close us with the closing remarks. Dr. Simpasa, is he connected? Do you have Asi here? Okay, so
yeah, Daniela.
oh,
I'm
okay.
checking.
Okay, so maybe let me switch back to Namao. If he's not connected, then Namao can say a few things so we can close. Before I hand it, just thank you so much for the opportunity and the time that you have spent with us. We don't take it for granted. and staying through. I can see we still have over 100 people still connected. It tells you the exciting nature of the topic, and what we are getting is very, very rich. And therefore, we want to thank you once again. And once we call on you again, please try and connect and join us once again. So I'll hand over to Namao for her concluding remarks. Then we can say bye to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would conclude on behalf of our director. Because this went over time, he had to leave. So on behalf of the African Development Bank, all too soon, as they say, everything comes to an end. I'd like to extend our deepest gratitude to each one of you for your valuable insights, active engagement, and unwavering commitments to advancing Africa's domestic debt markets. Your contributions today have deepened our collective understanding of the transformative role that innovation, collaboration, and investor education, as well as capacity development and policy reform, must play in strengthening these markets, a pillar of Africa's economic resilience and sustainable growth. So today's discussions have made it abundantly clear that Africa's domestic debt markets stand at a pivotal crossroads, where some highlighted key priorities are the urgent need for deeper, more liquid domestic markets to support Africa's development financing while ensuring fiscal sustainability. The importance also of financial innovation and instruments, the necessity of stronger policy frameworks and regulatory reforms to enhance investor confidence, the key role of strategic partnerships in bridging gaps, fostering knowledge exchanges, and driving impactful reforms. Domestic debt markets must evolve beyond short-term financing mechanisms, and they must also play a greater role in mobilizing longer-term capital for infrastructure, industrialization, and social investments. Harnessing Africa's domestic debt market is no longer an option, but an imperative. With tightening global financial conditions and declining access to external financing, African governments are really increasingly turning to domestic markets to meet their financing needs. While the shift has been imposed by global factors, it also presents an opportunity for Africa to take charge of its financial future and craft endogenous solutions that strengthen longer-term financial resilience, as most of the panelists have suggested and recommended. Building robust domestic markets is central to Africa's financial security. It can also serve as a powerful tool to mitigate external risks. However, this journey requires a careful and strategic approach. While domestic markets offer immense potential, they must be harnessed responsibly, as most of our panelists alluded to. Because poorly managed domestic borrowing, such as forced financing of fiscal deficits through accumulation of domestic arrears, can weaken the private sector, strain the banking systems also, and erode market confidence. So from the rich exchanges we've had today, there's one central message that is clear: unlocking the full potential of domestic markets requires a collaborative and forward-looking approach. And as we move forward, I urge you, all of you, the experts, the panelists, the keynote speakers, the audience, essentially, to champion these reforms within your respective institutions. Let us ensure that the momentum we have created today is sustained and carried forward going forward. We are also going to essentially create a G-CoP network going forward. We will reach out to you in due course with the network so that we continue to have this conversation, the video and of this G-CoP, as well as the presentations and some of the key summaries that are emerging will be posted on what we call the bank's Virtual Capacity Development Academy, and they will be sent to you also through the link will be sent to you through the through emails. So on behalf of the bank, again, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to all of you. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Namao. Please, before you leave, kindly complete our evaluation for us so it can guide us going forward. Tanya and the team, we want to thank you so much for for that support. You've been an angel today. We thought we were losing, but we have a replacement. So we are so happy that Tanya is with us to lead us on that. All the rapporteurs for today, thank you so much for the effort you put in getting us the summaries. We'll come back to you, and all the panelists, thank you once again for the great work. Please, the QR code is on. Just scan, and at the comfort of anytime we find, try to complete it so it will serve as a guide. Thank you. And on that
Thank
note,
you to the interpreters as well.
oh, I nearly missed them. They have actually exceeded their time. So thank you so much, interpreters. You actually broke that barrier of language so that participants or those who have joined could just listen to their preferred language. So we want to thank you so much, and we want to also apologize for at least exceeding that time. But we want to thank you for the time you have spent and doing that for us. So on that note, and thanking our ADI colleagues who are still connected and who have contributed from day one. We want to thank you so much, and we wish you all the best. And as we continue to transform and do things to transform Africa in terms of capacity building and development. So we want to end here. Thank you so much. Tanya, over to you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Have a good afternoon, and we will see you at our next G-CoP. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
On this note, the session is closed. Thank you.
Thank you.